Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. This is serious World War III alert. President Trump prepares to put us all in danger for the Zionists. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. They're not worried about nobody but themselves. Like Michael Jackson said, they don't give a damn about us. Salute them, Pooh the Great. He say he in the building. Trump's Doomsday Plane arrives. For what? Why does he need a Doomsday Plane? Let's get into
This is WW3. We have the Air Force deploying the nuclear Doomsday Plane to join Andrews. And this happened here this week. And this is fueling speculation of a potential U.S. role in this Israel-Iran crisis.
Salute.
Now, the E-4B Night Watch landed in the area, and then people seeing this speculation started to grow, and it gave off a different signal as well. When doing its normal operations, it uses Order 6. Instead, this time it used Order 01, which may seem minute, but when things change in this degree, it could signal things going live, not just a drill. The last time that this was used, notably, was on September 11th of 2001. This E-4B Doomsday Plane is a militarized Boeing 747. It serves as the National Airborne Operations Center, and it's a key component of our national military command system for the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In a national emergency or loss of ground command, the aircraft provides as a highly survivable command, so to speak, in the air. It's got command, control, communications.
This is very bad news.
Over the U.S. It can initiate war orders. And they say that it's hardened here. They say it can remain airborne for an extended period of time, capable of refueling mid-air.
See, this man planning on using nuclear weapons in Iran, man. That's exactly what he planned on doing. Him and Israel, they plan on using nuclear weapons in Iran, and they plan on not having to take none of the punishment for their action. This is outrageous. He should be arrested, but the military is full of Zionists that's compromised they goddamn self.
Protected.
And one thing I remember,
EMPs.
all these motherfuckers, especially Lindsey Graham and all these shit, these people talking shit. They got deep underground bunkers. They plan on hiding out in the mountains when this scenario kick off. They don't plan on being nowhere near none of the devastation. They got plans for new governments and I'm telling you, this is crazy that they playing these games. Everybody in Congress, they don't give a shit. They don't really give a shit about their own motherfucking family. They cheating and people want a new wife. They cheating people in Congress in the goddamn way. That's for real. You would think, well, they wouldn't do this. What about their loved ones? These people sold their loved ones out a long fucking time ago.
Incapable of surviving a nuclear blast. The plane is equipped with advanced satellite communications, shielding technologies, and can accommodate more than 100 people. They say, in case of a national emergency or destruction on the ground, this will be used. Again, the timing, the fact that it's being moved there. Some could say, well, they're flexing for sure. They're definitely flexing by doing this, but are they getting it ready for something? I told you, something huge is about to happen here in this country. I call it the economic 9/11. The next massive event's about to happen. With these signs going into motion, man, I would not ignore them. Because everything is in place for something to go down. Just be aware of your surroundings. And join me for the live streams going live Monday, Wednesday, and
we're going to lose some territory to nuclear chaos. These people is out of their mind. But as they making their moves, it seems to me that the Iranians absolutely They'll see your move and raise you another move. Everybody's talking about this, except the U.S. media. Magnitude 5.2 earthquake strikes Iran. Now, everybody knows any underground nuclear test cause earthquakes, severe earthquakes. Understand that. Revolutionary salute to our family. Michael Sanders for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you. So, what everybody's asking is the Iranians. This is a tested. What? This is a little war for us too. But we're here to talk about the nuclear test that took place. With Iran, salute family. I appreciate the love. With Iran, test their nuclear weapon. If you think you're gonna nuke them, goddamn, think about it again. They already proved you can't stop their missiles. They put nuclear tips on any of those missiles. It won't be no Israel. See, this is right. I mean, if that's what I don't trust these Zionists anyway, because they don't care about them European people claim. They will be them moved on to Iceland, Scandinavia. These people will go live somewhere else. And I don't trust these people, bro. I do not trust these people with our lives like this. And I absolutely believe it's going to be a nuclear war. They're not rational. No one's thinking rational except other leaders. And that's the crazy part about it. We in what's called the West. We the ones gonna get it. And I'm telling you right now, Kim Jong-un rubbing his hands like Birdman. This is all he been waiting for, because he ready to go deep underground and let his nukes off at the U.S. I promise you, Kim Jong-un is ready to go into his hiding spot and take the U.S. to war too. There's no nukes gonna fly until he get his justice as well. I'm telling you. Actually, hopefully community, we know who will test the nuclear weapon on the ground.
همین الان پدافند فوردو زد پهپاد و انداختش.
We don't look at Israel. They got their ass talking on the day too. Every day, every night. But it's this nuclear test that CNN and Fox News should be talking about that took place now. I mean, not nuclear test. You know? And it's just who was it? I forgot what Iran hit today. They just hit so much shit. They hit the most military shit. See, these people. Why y'all messing up the footage? Let's get to the earthquake, then we'll get to the missile test later. Y'all too eager. Go over that channel, dude. Y'all too eager. I want to talk to my people about this earthquake. We'll get to the brutality that Israel don't want to show. But let's talk about Trump Doomsday Plane pulling up to the White House and Iran said, oh, yeah? Okay.
This broadcast with some breaking inputs that have just come in, where apart from the ongoing air war with the state of Israel, a 5.2-degree earthquake has rattled the northern part of Iran. The Iranian media has said that the quake measured 5.2 on the Richter scale, and its epicenter was about 10 kilometers deep.
Is that a nuclear test? In order to test if you test a nuclear weapon underground, that's what you get. You get that right there. You get that type of earthquake. And everybody knows that. If you test a nuclear weapon underground, you get this type of earthquake.
That was about
Iranians test a nuclear weapon today.
7 kilometers southwest of the city of Semnan. The tremors were also felt in the capital city of Tehran, about 150 kilometers from the city of Semnan.
They play stupid games. They might win.
This is the latest bit of information that is coming in. Besides the hot war that Iran at this moment is involved in with the state of Israel, there's also been yet another earthquake that has been reported in Iran. It reportedly measured about 5.2 on the Richter scale. and it has rattled northern Iran. The Iranian media has said that the epicenter of this quake was about 10 kilometers.
You think it's Indian news station? They just weather people. They just reporting on earthquakes and shit today. Well, while war going on, y'all think that these people? This CNN won't talk about it, but we global here. We watch all the damn news. You think these people just reporting on an earthquake? Man,
it is under the ground, and it was 37 kilometers southwest of the city of Semnan. The tremors were also experienced in the Iranian capital Tehran as well.
They experienced it. The quakes were so powerful underground. They experienced it all the way to the capital. Oh my goodness. What is going on in Iran? Well, we will soon see. If Donald Trump make the wrong move, will Israel get a nuclear response, and the U.S. also in the Middle East? But let's look at some of the terror that took place today. Well, every day, because it seems like Israel is defenseless. And Iran just like a puncher, just punching them silly right now.
After the intense Iranian missile launches on the morning of June 9th,
psychological warfare. They used to hide out at night and stay on the ground and then wake up in the morning and then come see what had been destroyed and eat and do their regular shit and be like, okay, when the sun go down, let's go back underground. No. You can't do that anymore because you never know when Iran gonna hit you. They going back to back with this shit now.
19th, it became clear that Israeli assessment of Iranian reduced launch capabilities was completely wrong. First, a video allegedly filmed by Iraqis as Iranian missiles flew towards Israeli skies, according to Israeli security services, showed that they were witnessing the largest wave of Iranian missiles ever fired into the occupied Palestinian territories. Iran has stated that there are no more restrictions, even though Tehran has been the target of repeated and widespread Israeli aggression. Iran says it has successfully penetrated the Iron Dome and David Sling, and Israel has nowhere to hide. The Israeli regime continues to claim to have shot down Iranian missiles, but one by one they continue to fall during their unofficial visit. The scene was horrifying in Tel Aviv, which is depleting its missile defenses faster than it can produce them, despite U.S. and regional support, even as Western defenses show the limitations already seen in Ukraine. Israeli security agencies reported that one of the missiles launched that morning from Iran
world leaders like Nicolas Maduro, revolutionary leader in Cuba, a few other world leaders came out and said the whole world is witnessing that Iran is militarily superior to Israel, and that's a fact. They no longer see whoever showing these videos, they're gonna try to hunt them down, take them to jail. This is illegal. They can only show missiles in the sky. You can't show any missiles hitting the ground because the trauma, the psychological devastation that is shown. But the whole world can see Iran is militarily superior to Israel.
Consisted of several small missiles. After exploding, the missiles scattered to several points and exploded.
They better be lucky that Iran is not next door to them like Syria or Lebanon, or Iran would invade their goddamn ass and liberate Jerusalem. That's a motherfucking fact. These people would have to use a nuclear weapon. They done bit off way more than they can chew. But they were smart to destroy Syria first and put Al-Qaeda in charge and then attack Hezbollah. Because they knew, these people been working on shit for a long time, because if Iraq was strong and the U.S. bases wasn't there and Syria was strong, then what's happening right now could lead to Jerusalem being liberated.
As in the footage, explosions after explosions were heard at the target, in the buildings in the city center, where on one of the streets, the rainbow flags were flying. An Iranian missile accurately targeted the Tel Aviv defense system, causing the enemy's defense missiles to fly and fall, hitting themselves with multiple explosions during the explosion. Now it is undeniable the destruction of several vital installations, objects, and many others has become a common occurrence in Tel Aviv due to the helplessness of the iron screen. Some parts of the city
Revolutionary salute to our family Terry for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
resemble Gaza, and the strict censorship of the Israeli regime does not allow the publication of footage of the moment of impact, and its details are prohibited. However, on a morning that should have been with a cup of sweet tea, open sources and visual documentation show that military headquarters and defense centers were hit by Iran's heavy punishment, and many other tall buildings were not spared from the impact, badly damaged. The Israel Stock Exchange building was one of the most serious attacks so far, shaking the financial markets by reacting sharply. The Israeli benchmark stock index fell by more than 3% in a matter of hours. Iranian goal is not the ruins. The assumption is to paralyze Tel Aviv directly, a preliminary punishment for its aggression against Iran. Israel and its sponsors did not expect it. They continue to portray Iran as a dead country. The reality is not like that. Various waves of Iranian missiles surprised the enemy, turned around and took control of the Israeli sky.
Hospitals into de facto military bunkers, and then howl about victimhood when a single medical facility that you intentionally placed military facilities next to catches a blast wave from those military installations being targeted by an enemy you fired on first. That's exactly what Israel is doing, isn't it? Screaming foul over one of their medical facilities getting caught in collateral damage, placed so that it would catch such damage should military headquarters nearby be targeted, and notwithstanding their own long track record of doing everything they are accusing Iran of having done, first in Gaza and now in Iran as well, at the very same time the media headline, Israel's victimhood once more. Israel have no moral high ground when it comes to striking hospitals. That so much is being made out of a total fabrication, whilst dozens of facilities lie in ruins in Gaza, and no less than 3 hospitals have been targeted by Israel in Iran, getting no attention at all in the slavish mainstream media, exposes a hypocrisy of Israeli wailing, that they're weaponizing it at the same time, and the real truth gets buried. Well, not on this channel, it doesn't. Right, so as the war between Israel and Iran continues to escalate, Israeli officials and mainstream media outlets have erupted in outrage over what they label a deliberate Iranian missile strike on Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba. The narrative, amplified with dramatic headlines, such as the BBC going with a story titled, "I was lying in my bed, then the ceiling fell in," captioned with a picture whose byline reads, "The Soroka Hospital in Beersheba was hit by an Iranian strike on Thursday, although Iran denies targeting it." Or Sky News going with, "Iran strikes Israeli hospital in direct hit." Direct hit in inverted commas, of course, because it was no such thing at all. Though even that small difference still makes it a more honest piece than the BBC still. Not that that's much of a high bar. Functionally, the BBC piece interviews several Israelis and takes what they have said completely uncritically. Emotionally misleading commentary casting Israel as a victim of an unconscionable attack on its medical infrastructure, as this is, whilst not actually reporting what actually happened at all. Yet beneath all the Israeli and mainstream noise and moral grandstanding, and it's impossible for those paying attention to such events to not notice the irony that the very nation crying foul over damage to one hospital has waged a systematic war on hospitals across Gaza and now in Iran as well. But Iranian hospitals getting hit? by finding information on that behind the screaming wall of mainstream media stories dominating the internet lists or the mainstream news on the TV, saying, poor Israel, look what that nasty Iran just did to you. But the discrepancy between Israeli and mainstream Western media rhetoric and their actions is not just hypocritical, it's deeply dangerous, it's misleading, and it's manipulative. On June the 18th, Iran launched a barrage of missiles in response to Israel's repeated strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities and the assassination of key personnel, not to mention strikes on civilian infrastructure in Iran, which by this point included not one, but 2 hospitals already. Amongst the reported damage that day, though, seized on opportunist ally was Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba. Media outlets swiftly claimed a direct Iranian strike on the hospital, using images of the hospital, which absolutely has sustained significant damage. But compared to other targets Iran definitely meant to hit, such as the Weizmann Institute of Science, for instance, and certainly compared to hospitals all across Gaza, still largely in one piece. If Israel can make the lie stick, though, well, there will be calls for Iran to be investigated for the war crime of striking a hospital, being demanded by Israel, despite all of the hospitals they've hit themselves. Their constant victim routine, combined with arrogant denials of ever doing anything wrong, aided and abetted and shielded by Western leaders and the media. And if you really want a great example today of just how bad UK media is in particular, today the Murdoch Times has published an article titled "Israel has done most of the job, now Trump can finish it," in a tub-thumping appeal for Trump to join Israel in fighting Iran. And it's been co-written by Yoav Gallant, the former Israeli defense minister, with an ICC arrest warrant against him for war crimes, getting that arrest warrant at the same time Benjamin Netanyahu got his, after all. It is truly depraved. He wants arresting, not given a national platform to spout filth. But the truth of the matter is that the Soroka hospital was never an Iranian target, but missiles were aimed at 2 nearby military targets: the IDF C-41, Command Control Communications Computers and Intelligence Headquarters, and the Gav Yam Negev Advanced Technologies Park, the latter being a strategic dual-use site believed to host advanced military research and cybersecurity operations closely aligned with Israel's military-industrial complex. Proximity of these targets to the hospital meant the damage was a result of blast waves, not a direct hit on the hospital. That's why the building's still standing. That's why windows are blown in. That's why ceilings came down, but certainly not the whole building. Iranian military officials have been consistent in their messaging. Military targets are legitimate, and civilian infrastructure is not to be intentionally targeted. The notion that Iran deliberately aimed a missile at Soroka is inconsistent with both tactical objectives and the available physical evidence, particularly the pattern of damage at the site, not to mention the pattern of Iranian attacks seen now across the last week that Iran and Israel have been taking lumps out of each other. It is Israel's choice to have located military assets next to civilian infrastructure. They do it everywhere. Mossad HQ having been in the residential Gilat district of Tel Aviv as another, for instance. Israel used their own people as human shields in effect. Their cities are designed that way. It is for that reason that damage was caused to this hospital. But instead of acknowledging this in the media, and where Israel has chosen to weaponize the incident as a propaganda tool, so that same media amplifies that instead, portraying Iran as a villain in a narrative riddled with contradictions and distortions. Indeed, if the media were more honest, they'd be talking up the far bigger issue of the hypocrisy on show. Here's another example of Israel using hospitals as cover and the people within as human shields. That is even more on the nose if you consider another facility in Israel, the Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv. You see, underneath the Ichilov Hospital, not behind it, not next to it, not nearby, but directly underneath it, there is an IDF military installation and bunker, a bunker so secure that Benjamin Netanyahu and his equally deranged defense minister Israel Katz have literally conducted war cabinet meetings from within it, from directly beneath a hospital. They themselves have therefore used the hospital as cover, the people within unwittingly in the line of fire to protect them, knowing as they do that nobody apart from them, it seems, is depraved enough to deliberately target hospitals, as would have to be done in order to hit that bunker. This revelation casts an even darker shadow over Israel's accusations against Iran when you also consider all of the previous attacks on Gaza's hospitals by Israel. And
revolutionary salute to my brother out of bondage for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Say salute, King Cole Figure TV. Salute, fan. I appreciate you helping me keep the lights on in the house of revolution. Revolution is real life. Salute.
and how they were justified by them. If a hospital becomes a legitimate military target merely because it allegedly housed Hamas command centers, as Israel has often claimed, then by Israel's logic, their own logic, Ichalov is fair game too, is it not? But the truth of the matter is, Israel's narrative is utterly untenable. If Hamas is condemned for operating from within or near hospitals or in tunnels underneath, we know all the excuses by now, do we not? How then can Israeli leaders justify running their war cabinet operations from a location directly beneath a hospital in a major metropolitan area? Well, they simply can't, can they? But they will. But then who's also going to tell you about all of this? Because the main media aren't going to, are they? The outrage over Soroka is particularly grotesque when compared to Gaza especially, against Israel's long-standing and well-documented campaign against Gaza's healthcare system. Hospitals like Al-Shifa, like the Al-Ali Arab Hospital, the Indonesian Hospital, Al-Quds, Al-Amal, the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital, the Jordan Field Hospital, Al-Auda, Kamal Adwan, the Nasser Medical Complex. They've all been targeted under the pretext of Hamas activity. The list goes on and on and on. The result has been a decimated healthcare infrastructure with many facilities now completely non-functional, having been deliberately targeted, having been subject to Israeli war crimes. And yet all we ever hear still is Israel has a right to defend itself. Against who, though? Dialysis patients? Cancer patients? Survivors of previous strikes? How about babies and incubators? They're all Hamas, I suppose. There are no innocents in Gaza, as we've often been told. How many times have we actually heard that one by now? The World Health Organization recently issued a dire set of warnings that the Nasser Medical Complex and Al-Amal Hospital are at imminent risk of becoming completely non-functional, potentially leading to a humanitarian collapse in southern Gaza with regards to healthcare. These are not the unfortunate accidents of war. These are part of a calculated effort by Israel to cripple Gaza's ability to survive, let alone resist. Moreover, Israel has been caught red-handed fabricating evidence to justify some of these strikes on hospitals too. A video they've just published, coming from Israeli sources as it has, claiming to show a Hamas tunnel beneath the European hospital, has been exposed to have been completely fabricated, totally made up. Israel making up doctored and misleading nonsense once again to try and justify striking a hospital deliberately. This is the pattern of deception that underscores the propagandistic nature of Israel's military justifications. It's their biggest weapon, after all, the Hasbara. It is their most dangerous, I would argue, as well, because it has fooled the world for years, for decades. Gaza has now opened eyes thanks to social media, and headlines and nonsense spreading such dishonesty presented as news risks us all being fooled again if we keep being hammered by enough of it. But surely that genie is out of the bottle now, right? Surely we're not going to let them put that back in. Surely we're not going to go back to being dumbed down and ignorant again as to what Israel's really like. Further examples are abundant if you think you could be, if you think it might happen, think some people might be fooled. The Al-Ali Arab Hospital was bombed early in the war. The Al-Shifa Hospital, Gaza's largest medical facility, was besieged and then raided, destroying much of its critical care capabilities. The Indonesian hospital in Beit Lahia was shelled repeatedly. The Al-Quds Hospital, funded by the Red Crescent, was rendered inoperable. The Kamal Adwan Hospital was reduced to rubble. Nasser Medical Complex is now the last major referral hospital in Gaza, and it teeters on the edge of total collapse. And after all of that, Israel paints itself as a victim over collateral damage to just one of its hospitals in Beersheba. And yet, for as much as we can focus on Gaza as the chief comparison to show Israeli hypocrisy when it comes to hospital strikes in its starkest terms, in its most horrific and large-scale terms, and bringing matters back to its attacks on Iranian civil infrastructure, that has also included hospitals. And yes, I mean hospitals plural. On the 14th of June, Israel struck the Hakim Children's Hospital in Iran, marking the first Israeli hospital strike on Iran in this conflict. It's a deliberate act of aggression that came just one day into this escalation between Iran and Israel. And Israel picked a kids' hospital. They did so for a drone strike. Days later, on the 16th of June, the Farabi Hospital in Kermanshah was hit in another Israeli strike. That killed 45 women and children and injured at least 75. And in the early hours of this morning, a third hospital was hit, this time in Tehran. The Iranian Health Ministry releasing preliminary statements, but limited information due to ongoing assessments at time of writing means I can't say a lot more about that one right now, except that a third hospital has been hit. While Israeli and Western media obsess over Soroka's broken windows, they remain disturbingly silent about these mass casualty strikes that represent clear violations of international law and basic human decency. and their hypocrisy is exposed when an Israeli hospital getting hit is headline news, full of half-truths and distortion as it is. But 3 Iranian hospitals being hit has gone largely ignored outside of foreign and independent media. Brown people, though, I suppose, isn't it? The Soroka incident has become a case study in media manipulation, and I would argue racism as well. A white person hospital is news, a brown people hospital isn't. Israel's claims that Iran deliberately targeted a hospital was uncritically repeated across major Western media platforms. Outlets have run Israeli government statements, notably the one from Israel Katz, calling for the assassination of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, suggesting he ordered the Soroka strike and can no longer be permitted to exist as a result of that. Which is, of course, just a baseless and inflammatory accusation, aiding Israel's war narrative, and too many media outlets just repeat it verbatim and unquestioningly. Meanwhile, journalists within Israel are being targeted for reporting truthfully. According to some reports, Israeli officials have cracked down on local reporting about the Iranian missile strikes. And the psychotic Itamar Ben-Gvir has gone so far as to call for the arrest of anyone caught reading or watching Al Jazeera. And they call themselves the only democracy in the Middle East, don't they? This climate of fear and repression illustrates how the Israeli government uses its media to manufacture consent and suppress dissent, painting a sanitized version of the war for both domestic and international consumption, and journalists, Zionist ones, pro-Israel ones, on all sides, lap it up. And often this is just run by other outlets virtually word for word. No actual investigation or journalism ever done at all. It's just stenography for a genocidal apartheid state. Israel's repeated justification for bombing hospitals in Gaza is that they are allegedly used by Hamas's command centers. Yet in Beersheba, Tel Aviv, and Gaza itself, Israel has placed critical military infrastructure itself directly beside or beneath hospitals. Israel accuses others of crimes it commits more blatantly itself. It uses its own hospitals for military advantage, accuses others of doing the same, and then demands global sympathy when a hospital is incidentally damaged due to its own strategic decisions. The Israeli blockade of Gaza continues to exacerbate an already catastrophic health crisis. Humanitarian agencies warn that the few remaining functional hospitals may soon shut down due to fuel shortages, lack of medical supplies, and repeated bombings. Hospitals like the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital and Al-Basma IVF Center have been destroyed or rendered inoperable. There's no end to medical facilities I could care to name. Ambulances have been targeted. Doctors Without Borders convoys have been attacked. Patients fleeing under IDF evacuation orders been killed en route. Even makeshift field hospitals like the one at Khadija School in Deir al-Balah have been struck. The systematic targeting of healthcare infrastructure is not only deliberate, but it's designed to break the will and survival capacity of an entire population. It is genocide. Meanwhile, the mainstream media, many Western governments remain complicit in this silence, focused instead on a single Israeli hospital with damage, sure, but an overblown narrative to go with it. Israel's aggression towards Iran continues beyond hospitals. It has launched strikes on the Arak and Natanz nuclear facilities again in the last 24 hours, risking a regional catastrophe and nuclear fallout each time they do so. Iran's retaliation has so far focused on military targets only, acts of self-defense permitted under international law, even as Israel attempts to reframe the conflict as one of Iranian savagery against civilians.
And Putin said yesterday he not removing none of his people from the Bashir nuclear power plant in Iran. He has plenty of people there. He's not removing them. That's not just an Iranian power nuclear plant. It's joint Russian-Iranian. He's not playing with them. He said, and he's going to build plenty more. He said that today. He said he building plenty more nuclear power plants. See, Putin drawing a red line with these phonies, letting them know we can go to war.
By making so much of this incidental damage to a single hospital such a big story. With all the missiles getting through Israel's air defenses, if Iran were really inclined to target hospitals, and surely they'd have targeted more than one, surely Ichilov with that military bunker underneath it would have been a more primary target than Soroka. The outrage over Soroka Hospital is not just about justice, not morality or international law. It's a smokescreen, a calculated media event designed to obscure a far more grotesque reality. Israel has made the destruction of healthcare systems a deliberate component of its military strategy, from Gaza over the last 20 months to Iran here and now. The hypocrisy is undeniable. The propaganda is transparent. The media's role in this is blatant. And yet much of the world continues to look the other way, or worse, participate in this theatrical deceit. We've got to demand consistency. If the bombing of hospitals is a war crime, then it's a war crime, regardless of who commits it. by all means investigate the Soroka event all the more. I suspect Iran would welcome that. But not if it is Israel doing the investigating and demanding their word be taken as gospel by everyone else, because their word is utterly worthless. If using hospitals as human shields is unacceptable, then it is unacceptable when Israel does it too. And if we are to have any credibility in advocating for peace, we must first insist on the truth. And if Israel are so sure of themselves, why do they always refuse independent investigation? They're so self-righteous, what do they have to hide? The answer is probably everything. Lies and media mistruths are not going to save Benjamin Netanyahu from ongoing Iranian retaliation. The desperation to drag Donald Trump in is getting ever more shrill, and to see just how frantic he's getting now, do check out this video recommendation here as your suggested next watch. Please do also
stream. It's your host, Danny Haifong. We have a big show for you today. Two very special guests and friends of the show who I'm going to.
Okay, I'm a slave to it. So it's always great to be with you and Colonel Wilkerson.
Of course, yes. Always great to be with both of you, especially in these monumental times, gentlemen. So let us get started. As I said before, wave number 17, Operation True Promise 3 is in full effect. These waves are coming sometimes once, twice a day now. The United States has made many threats. I just want to show you all, for the audience, some of the scenes that come from this. So I'm not going to show missile strikes because that could get us censored, but I can show some of the results. So here's Haifa after today, the port city, a major impact made. Maersk, the big shipping corporation, has already said that it is not going to operate in Haifa anymore until the risks are dealt with from these missile strikes. Then we also have here Gav Yam. This is the Microsoft Tech Hub here. There you see a direct impact was made on the Microsoft, in and around the Microsoft building there. And of course, here, a lot of military intelligence and private contracting happens. So it's a military strategic target. And then I want to show folks what happened in Tel Aviv over the last few days. The Weizmann Science Center, also known for its work with military and intelligence operations for Israel. Here is what it looks like now after Operation True Promise 3 had its way with it. So, gentlemen, this is a pretty historic moment. The risks are high. Larry, tell me what you've been thinking about and analyzing as this situation, the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, has taken shape and Iran's response to it.
Well, I mean, Israel clearly has Iran on the ropes. I mean, look, Iran's running out of missiles. Sorry. I apologize for the sarcasm, but the delusion on the side of Israel and on the side of the United States is they've dusted off the Saddam Hussein weapons of mass destruction playbook. I think Colonel Wilkerson knows a thing or two about that. Well, I've heard, just rumor, but they've dusted that off and are pretending that this is all about trying to stop Iran from getting a nuke. This is nothing of the sort. This was an attempt to do regime change, to knock Iran out of its new, let's call it, power relationship with Russia and China, to destroy BRICS, because BRICS represents an existential threat to the Western banking system, to Western control of the financial of the world, with the dollar as the dominant currency. And Iran is a critical player on that chessboard. They're not a pawn. They're more like a knight or a rook or a bishop. They are a key piece. And It's with respect to Russia and China. We're now seeing the signs of how important it is. The fact that the Chinese just put 2 intelligence collection ships into the Persian Gulf. They showed up or reported there being yesterday. I don't know when they first arrived, but this nonsense about, oh, Iran's poised to get a nuclear weapon. It's gaslighting the public to try to go do a repeat of our failure in Iraq back in 2003.
Yeah, and Colonel Wilkerson, maybe you can comment on that, as well as the fact that you've been on the show many times talking about Israel is in serious trouble. Is this that moment now where this is all coming to a head, as you've been talking about here, or is it something else?
Well, the moment they refused to get rid of Bibi Netanyahu, they were in serious trouble. I think they're finally beginning. It's finally beginning to dawn on them. And let me say that I looked at the essentially the known capabilities and the specs on 855 and 815 Alpha, the 2 Chinese electronic, whatever you want to call them, electronic intelligence capable ships that moved into the Persian Gulf. And the first thing that struck my mind was USS Liberty. And would the Israelis have the effrontery, if the Chinese ships were doing significant things for Iran in this ongoing conflict, to take one of them out, or to try to take one of them out? And my rational head said, no, they would. Even Netanyahu would not be that stupid. But I mean, we're pregnant. We're pregnant with possibilities here. There's no question about it. But I like the fact that Larry started off where I usually like to start off, but I lose people on the mainstream media and the podcast. I lose people because their eyes gloss over. This is all about the titanic struggle that is going on from the northern flank of NATO, actually from the Arctic. I just went through a webinar on the Arctic with DOD people and realized how violent their aspirations are with regard to Russia in the Arctic, and how this grew to that point. I've got to find out. I have no idea how we moved to that point where we kicked them off the Arctic Council, and now we want to have war with them in the Arctic. But I think it's connected. We have this arc of instability that we basically have created that starts now, I know, with the Arctic, comes right on down to the northern flank of NATO, where we have countries, little pipsqueak countries like Norway, and I hate to say that, I love Norway, trying to beg the Russians to attack them because they're going after their ships on what are, in effect, according to the law of the sea, international waters. I don't care if their economic zone goes out a certain distance. It's a sea that's narrow at points, and you have freedom of passage through that portion designated as international waters. And yet they're harassing these ships, and the Russians have shown their ire with this harassment by flying airplanes over them, fast movers, armed, and a few other things I'm hearing about happening on the ground. This is very strategic territory to Russia, so you don't want to be doing that. On down to the obvious use of Ukraine as a proxy for the crisis, down to the Levant, as Larry just pointed out. This is the new southern part. Well, back up just a moment. China's principal aim was to build this 16-hour railroad. Yeah, 16 hours from China's Pacific ports into essentially the heart of Europe. Ukraine was kind of going to be the entrepot, the debarking point, if you will, and then products would spread out across Europe. Now that's been held up by the fact that we have a problem in Ukraine, and they shifted emphasis to the southern line, which includes the line they contemplate, along with Russia, up the Persian Gulf to duplicate the line we used during World War II, starting in 1939 and 40. Most people don't know that. In order to supply the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union would never have held Stalingrad without that line. It was second only to Murmansk in terms of sending supplies in. So the Chinese now have shifted down to that infrastructure, and Larry's absolutely right. We know that. And we want to stop this movement, inexorable movement of power every element of power you want to name, from cultural to informational to educational to military, financial, economic, from the west to the east, with China as the huge magnet, and now Russia having at least made a tentative decision to, unlike its past all the way back to Catherine, throw its weight in not with Europe, but throw its weight in with this movement of power the other way. And it's in both camps. So it constantly has to deal with both camps. We forced that decision on Putin. I hope it's not a final decision yet, but it may be. So that's what this is all about. And that's why it's so crucial. As Larry said, this is not just Israel's hour. It's not just, the two antagonists now finally finding a ring in which to fight. It's the United States. So it's going to be interesting to see what Trump does. I don't even know if Trump knows this, but I'll tell you, the billionaires behind him do.
Yeah, very good point. And the principal means, it appears, Larry, is to achieve what Colonel Wilkerson just said, is to conduct regime change on Iran. And here's a Time magazine cover just released. And it looks eerily similar to what Time magazine wrote about Colonel Muammar Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein during the regime change wars against Libya and Iraq. There you see it's causing a bit of a firestorm right now, the new Middle East. And you have Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who has been threatened by both Donald Trump and Israel Katz and the Israeli government, of course, with assassination. So, Larry, please, your comment.
Let me just say one thing, Danny. That brought it to mind. I got to say this. That brings to mind immediately to me a 3-star Air Force general who wanted to put another portrait on the Time magazine, and convinced everybody he was briefing at the time, except me and the policy planning staff members that were with me, that we were going to do it. And that's Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-un now, but Kim Jong-il then. They wanted to take on North Korea.
Yeah.
Why didn't they do it? And everybody in the world knows that now. He didn't do it because he's got a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, this project didn't start with Donald Trump being sworn in on January 20th. This has been an intelligence project at the CIA, carried out in conjunction with MI6, and it's not just confined, as Colonel Wilkerson correctly noted, to just Iran and Israel, but to Ukraine. And it's global in scope. The attack a month and a half ago, 2 months ago in Kashmir out of Pakistan, I believe it was in fact, inspired, funded by, encouraged by Western intelligence, not so much to provoke a war between India and Pakistan, but more to heighten conflicts between India and China because of China's role in backing Pakistan in the past. And fortunately, the Chinese and Indians, I think, came to realize what game was being played, and they didn't get sucked in to that trap. But this regime change is the priority. But, the time for that came and went on Friday the 13th. While it's normally in Western tradition an unlucky day, turned out to actually be a pretty lucky day for Iran because the plot failed. And if anything, it highlighted the mythology in the West about the so-called authoritarian nature of Iran. Because if Iran's such an authoritarian place where there's no freedom, constant surveillance, good God, boy, they screwed up. They weren't able to detect this massive plot that was underway in the use of these drones. And, frankly, it was the way the drones were used, hidden in these vehicles, the same tactic used on June 1st against the Russians that I think even finally woke the Russian general staff up, and they're going, Jesus Christ, these guys they're actually, this is not just us. This is a global threat. And I think that has awakened China and Russia in a way that, there may have been elements within their intelligence and military communities arguing about this and having differences of opinion, but now I think it's coalesced. And let me just point out one.
Salute to my brother Garrett Marshall for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Important revelation this week from Vladimir Putin. I had assumed that it was the Russian decision not to sign a defense pact with Iran along the same lines that they did with North Korea, where Russia pledged to come to defend North Korea if North Korea was attacked. Putin this week, just 2 days ago, said, no, we wanted to have that agreement with Iran. Iran didn't want it. Iran, and I got this from Alistair Crook yesterday, that Iran, Pezeshkian and sort of the liberal elements, they wanted to keep the door open so they could, with the West, they still thought there was a chance that they could be friends with Washington, that they could get back, they could get, they had broken up. It's like, a bad girlfriend, ex-wife, they've broken up with her, but now they think they can get back with her. And it turns out, nope, she's mixing up poison to put in your drink. All right. And it's been an awakening for Pezeshkian and company, because up to this point, they have not, and I had believed mistakenly that they had requested S-400 systems. Now they're going to. And you're going to see the level of Russian and Chinese support for Iran. It's not going to be, they're not going to make a big parade about it, but it's going to be significant, substantial. Let's call it clandestine, not overt, but at the same time, they are sending, Russia and China have sent an unmistakable message to Washington, D.C. Stay the hell out. This is a criminal act, what Israel has done. They're very consistent on that.
Yeah, Colonel Wilkerson, could you follow up on this with this question? I want Larry also to answer this too. What do you know about Iran's capabilities from here? Israel is saying they've destroyed half of Iran's missile launchers. Of course, they say they've destroyed nuclear facilities or hampered them. And we can get to that in a minute because there's been a report about that kind of burst that myth asunder. But could you talk about, Iran is saying they have the capabilities to go the distance here. There's a lot of fog of war in terms of external reports on all of this. So what do you know about Iran's capabilities from here? Because I think there's some consternation and concern that Iran won't be able to keep this up. And on the other hand, I think there's also a lot of concern maybe on the other side of the aisle that Iran can keep this up. So what's the truth here?
I think the truth is somewhere in between, but it's in between against Israel, because the one who can't keep this up is Israel. And the other one who can't keep this up is the United States. Our stores are being extinguished, if you will, so rapidly that people in the Pentagon who are down at the level I was, for example, and don't have much inhibition to tell the truth, are telling people, if you think China's a threat, if you think there are other threats in the world, like perhaps Russia, if you think there are other things that ought to concern us and in your planning and such, you are destroying our capacity to do much about them, because we are running through things so fast and we don't have the industrial base to replace them. We have contractors out there, of course, who are salivating at the prospects of expansion and war profiteering and so forth. But that's one thing. Producing it is another. The expenditure rates on these things have shocked a lot of people, including us, including the Pentagon. Things are just going and going fast. We have a problem now, for example, with getting JP-8 to Israel. JP-8 is what, 300,000 pounds, I think, one freaking F-35 uses in a sortie that has to be tanked 4 or 5 times. I mean, you're talking about huge amounts of JP-8 and JP-4 and JP-5 too for lesser craft. They can't get it in at the quantities they need to get it in now. One, because Haifa's been damaged so badly. And the other problem is they've got people who are actually thinking twice about putting it in the receiving end of the pipeline. So this is not working out the way the United States or Bibi Netanyahu thought it would.
Revolutionary salute to our queen, Yaya's kids, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the little queen. Thank you. Helping keep the lights on. House of Revolution. Salute.
It's supposed to work out. I think from Iran's perspective, I would say there are at least, and this is just a surmise, I think it's an educated surmise, but there are at least on an equal footing right now with the capacity to do damage to the other, with two things making Israel's capacity perhaps a little bit more than Iran's, and that's Iran's integrity in their targeting and trying to stay away as much as they possibly can from civilian targets. Difficult because Israel has wrapped a lot of civilian infrastructure around its military infrastructure. And two, that Iran is trying to husband, if you will, a little bit its resources, and to make them more precise, make them hit things like Microsoft. But I think it's fairly balanced right now, with the losing side growing and growing and growing as Israel. They're being pummeled right now. And just in terms of mental anguish, this has never happened to Israel before, especially not these citizens that are living there right now. Some of whom are getting, the richer ones are getting yachts and boats on the coast and taking off for Cyprus or Greece. They're losing people. And he's put a clamp down so that no one can leave, but these people have money and they're managing to leave. That's a sign Netanyahu ought to be paying attention to. He's not, of course. He's still busy with his propaganda machine, closing everything down, making sure none of this gets out. And oh, by the way, I may not read Haaretz anymore. I used to read it every day. Relentlessly, I would read it because it was the only thing telling a reasonable picture every now and then of what was going on. But now he's captured it in some way, or they've captured themselves because they feel the existential threat. Read through Haaretz now and see how they have changed their tone about Israel and what's happening to them, and reporting vividly on what's happening to them, and making sure it's associated with babies being struck and old women being struck and so forth, trying to build sympathy. But at the same time, they're still reporting rather religiously on, for example, the 51 people killed yesterday at a humanitarian aid disposition point in the course of about 2 hours. And the 44 killed the day before that, and the 38 killed the day before that, and the 77 killed the day before that. I mean, they're still pressing everything they possibly can bloodthirstily in Gaza and on the West Bank. He just shifted some troops around so he could kill them a little bit better. And you wouldn't think he would have made the shifts he made with these two units, who are pretty good units, but they're brutal. They have a terrible track record in Gaza, and one has a terrible track record in Lebanon in terms of war crimes and such. But he shifted them around apparently so he can kill more, even more rapidly and more efficiently. So we're not even watching that anymore. But Haaretz is still carrying the casualty figures anyway.
Larry, yeah, same question to you about your impression of Iran's capabilities from here.
Yeah, so the United States intelligence on Iran is extremely poor with respect to the size of their missile force. I know that former General Mike Flynn has been insisting that Iran is just about ready to run out of missiles. I frankly, I couldn't believe that he'd say such a, I'll call it ignorant thing. Because, I know that 20 years ago, I was involved with a military exercise that was looking at carrying out attacks on inside Iran by U.S. military forces against one of these underground facilities. And, the lesson learned from that exercise, don't do it, too hard. But for more than 20 years, Iran has been building missiles underground. And they've been storing those missiles underground. So we have no satellite capability. We have minimal SIGINT capability to actually know how many they're producing. The only way we'd get some knowledge is with the human source. And to my knowledge, we've not been effective on that front. I estimate at a minimum that Iran's sitting on something like 40,000 missiles. Now, understand that in this exchange, when Iran fires a ballistic missile, or a drone, or a cruise missile, that the Israeli air defense system, which is comprised of, they got David's Sling, I think it's called, and a Patriot missile, they've got an Arrow system, and they've got the THAAD, the Theater High Altitude Air Defense System. they've got to fire missiles, and they usually fire at least 2 or more. And in some cases, we've seen as many as 10 being fired up against an incoming missile, and they still fail to intercept. So early on, starting around January, on June 13th into June 14th and into June 15th, Iran was firing like 100 missiles, both drones and cruise missiles, as well as ballistic missiles. And a lot of those were just decoys. They were to force the Israelis to shoot at this incoming, because they couldn't really distinguish between which target was which. But in the process, they're depleting their supply of ammunition. And as Colonel Wilkerson correctly noted, it's not only that Israel doesn't have an industrial capability to produce at a rate of what's using, but neither does the United States. If you look at a Patriot missile battery, which I think can fire 16 missiles, 14, 16, somewhere in that number, if they've got 4 incoming targets and they fire 4 missiles for each of those targets, that's 16, and they fire those in 2 minutes. Lockheed Martin in 1 year only produces 550 of those missiles. So just do the math. If you're shooting off 16 in 2 minutes, think about, and then you expand that out over an hour, and all of a sudden you've shot 300 missiles in 2 days. Hey, where's the rest of the ammunition going to come from for the rest of the year? So that's what Israel's running out of, and we know that it's true now, because even Fox News, one of the biggest cheerleaders, for kissing Israel's hindquarters, is reporting, hey, we got a problem. They could run out by next week. Now, I think they're already out, because we saw today, Iran's now just they're launching 25, 15 missiles. Hey, because they're getting through. And Israel can't stop them. Oh, and let's talk about the price on this stuff. Thad, each one of those missiles that come out of its tube, $12.9 million. Cost of an Iranian missile, $200,000 to $500,000. Again, do the math. Who's going to bankrupt who? I was saying this about the Houthis and us, turned out to be correct. And that's what's going on right now with Iran and Israel. Israel cannot sustain a war of attrition, no matter what they say. They can be Baghdad Bob all they want. Oh, we got this. We've defeated Israel. We've taken out their launchers. As Ray McGovern says, male bovine excrement. Just not true. They've taken out a few, but the Iranians are putting out decoys. But once those missiles, a lot of them are solid fuel. They're not, they don't have to be fueled with a gas truck. Once they're out of the bunkers and on mobile launchers, neither Israel or the United States can track those with any degree of efficiency.
Yeah. There's something else that's happening right now that I heard about 48 hours ago. The contractors who have the most to lose in this, or conversely to gain, are out across the United States right now looking for facilities that in large part don't exist. But there are some in other states like Arkansas, Arizona, a couple other places that they can sublet to, so to speak, that they can turn a current production line for whatever into a production line for some of these missiles and some of the more sorely needed ones. They're being held up by the fact that the people are demanding far too much in order to convert their production lines, because they realize it might be a will-o'-the-wisp thing. They might make a lot of money for a year, but then it'd go away. I don't know if that's an indicator, but I think it is that we're getting desperate.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let me throw in another interesting statistic I came across the other day. I was compelled to look it up. Do you know how long it takes to build an F-35? 18 to 24 months.
Yeah.
World War II.
How about one that works? How long does it take to build one that works?
Yeah, well, that's all, and you get the software function. That's a whole nother animal. In World War II, how long did it take the United States to build a B-24 Liberator bomber? Care to guess?
I remember one factory doing one in a day, I think. Or
63 minutes to assemble it. But you're correct, Larry, that they actually get ready to fly and out the door so it could go on the airfield, 18 to 24 hours. So that's where we've come in the course of 80 years. You want to call that progress? It's where we were putting out planes and tanks and ships, because in this industrial scale war that was World War II, that's what you needed to stay in the fight. Well, guess what? We're back into that kind of warfare now with what's going on, and we don't have the industrial capability to do it. We've seen it, and that's what was exposed in the war between with Russia and Ukraine in Russia's special military operation. Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, just admitted, 3 months ago, Russia's producing more artillery shells in 3 months than we, including the United States, all of us combined, can produce in a year. And now they want to get into a fight with Iran, which is going to be a proxy fight with China and Russia backing them. Good luck with that, guys.
Colonel Wilker,
to put that in some deeper perspective, in the last year of the war, 44-45, we built 59,000 airplanes, all by ourselves, 59,000 airplanes. And when the war ended in Tokyo Harbor, we had 118 carriers. We're lucky if we can get 7 to sea today.
Yeah.
Now they're far more capable, bigger, and more technologically sophisticated. Yeah, but they sink the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't float with holes in them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the New York Times recently wrote that this war on Iran will expose the limits of China's power. But I wanted to ask you, perhaps, Larry, you can start with the limits of both Israel and the U.S.'s power here, because we mentioned that Israel is days away now. About 3 or 4 days ago, Washington Post was talking about 10 to 12 days Israel will run out of air defenses. And this is the monumental cost. It's costing about 200+ million, upwards of 300 million per day to keep up these operations. Mm-hmm. And one of the big limits, this is a kind of a profound moment in the sense that the limits are also being exposed by the Western mainstream media. Here, satellite images reveal Bloomberg report that Trump's dilemma over Iran's nuclear complex is getting worse. And this is what they had to say. Satellite images show atomic installations were only grazed after 4 days of Israeli bombardment. Damage to Iran's central enrichment facility, Natanz, is primarily limited to electricity switch yards and transformers. While those installations are critical, experts say they can be repaired within months. They did some damage, but left a lot intact, said a former inspector, Robert Kelly of the IAEA. So your comments, Larry.
Well, number one, Israel is making big deal. Oh, man, we hit this planet. I think it's called Arak, A-R-A-K. Only problem was it's an inactive nuclear reactor. It had been filled in years ago. So they might as well have been blowing up a dead car in a junkyard.
That's some legendary
meaningless act. The Israeli Air Force has not been filmed actually flying over Iranian territory. They're flying up to the edge, launching and not going in because Iran's air defense system is back. They are able to fire missiles that the Iran air defense has not been capable or effective in shooting down, at least many of them. So, you've got that element going on, but the capability that, Iran or Israel is now in uncharted territory. Yeah, they fought a 6-day war in the past. They fought a 7-day war. But the combination that they've now been battling Hamas for almost 2 years. It'll be, it's one, it's we're 22nd month, 23rd month, or I guess 22nd month of fighting. They've not been able to defeat Hamas. They're claiming that they defeated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah is just holding its fire for right now. There's no need for them to get further involved because Iran's doing just fine. Yeah, is Israel inflicting some damage? Oh, sure they are. But it is not the kind of damage that is crippling. And I use the comparison of Russia and Ukraine. When you look at the size differential between Ukraine and Russia, Russia much larger, both in terms of population. It's got 5 times, 6 times the population of Ukraine, but its industrial capability is enormous. But look at the kind of firepower Russia's unleashed on Ukraine over the last 3 years. It's significant and substantial, but it hasn't caused Ukraine to collapse. Are you telling me that the Israeli armed forces, Israeli defense forces, have inflicted more damage in 5 days on Iran than Russia has inflicted on Ukraine in 3 years? Oh, forget about it. It's ridiculous. Have they caused the damage? Sure. But here comes the problem for Israel. When they're looking at targeting Iran is 27 times the size of Israel. Israel's got finite resources. They don't have infinite resources of planes, personnel, pilots, missiles, or any kind of ordnance to deliver. So they've got to choose particular targets. And Iran has an advantage now, knowing that they're going to go after Fordo, this nuclear facility that's buried about 400 meters underground and has been specifically hardened to prevent it being attacked by even nuclear devices. Israel's got to pick and choose. Well, look at it from the Iranian standpoint. They got this little country. They got 3 ports. They've already taken out the port Eilat in the south thanks to the Houthis. They've now shut down Haifa, as you were noting in your opening commentary, Danny. They've shut down a refinery. It's not like, Iran's got dozens of refineries. Israel's got that one little one, and it looks like it's dead. Israel's got a limited number of power plants. Israel's got limited number of nuclear research facilities. So from Iran's standpoint, just tactically and strategically, they're able to pick off. They're just picking off Israel one piece at a time, and Israel can do its best impression of the Black Knight from the Monty Python, the Holy Grail movie. It's just a flesh wound, but Iran literally is chopping off the arms and legs of Israel, blowing up the Weizmann Institute. When they hit the Microsoft facility, that was connected to Unit 8200, which is an NSA type collection agency. Israel cannot sustain this level of loss. They do not have the strategic depth to do so.
Yeah, Colonel Wilkerson, please add your commentary.
Well, I just say the United States can add to that depth, but not a lot. And it's becoming less and less every day that goes by, because we are still sending, I just found out this morning, fairly major stuff to Ukraine. If the piece I read about what's going on over there and the proposals for a better way of looking at it, giving Trump some options on how to deal with Putin and maybe bring it to a close, the author was saying that we have not shut it down, and certainly Europe has not shut it down. So you might say we're giving enough to remain on life support, but that's a drag. That's a drag on our capacity to do what Israel wants us to do for them. And ultimately, as I was pointing out before, it's a major drag on our capacity to be prepared for something that might come out of the blue. It's not a good situation for Israel to be caught in that middle, where ultimately we'll have to make a decision that says no more.
Yeah, and I wanted to show an image. I mean, these images are quite astounding given what Israel has been doing to Gaza. But here you have, and you talked about, Larry, Israel not being able to sustain these losses. And then Colonel Wilkerson, you're saying that the U.S. might not be able to back Israel up as much as Israel thinks it can. But here, 5,000 Israelis are said to be homeless as a result of these strikes. You have Israelis sleeping in the tube, sleeping in their metro system. You also have reports of Israelis going to emergency services in droves with panic attacks and various other mental afflictions because these missile impacts, while Iran has been very careful to hit military targets, the impacts themselves are so grave that images of residential buildings being blown to bits just by the shock wave of the impact are surfacing everywhere. So whoever wants to jump in and comment on this aspect.
Well, yeah, let me.
It would be it'd be the same way if we got hit, because we haven't seen anything like this. Israel hasn't seen anything like this either. We'd be in shock.
Yeah, the Chutzpah Award, or as Michelle Bachmann used to call it, the Chutzpah, but the Chutzpah from the Israeli side yesterday was remarkable. The Soroka Hospital, which was located adjacent to Israel's Army's command and intelligence headquarters, which is, I guess, IDF C4I. And then there's another military intelligence facility located nearby in the Gaviam Technology Park. That hospital got hit with a blast wave. So the actual missile hit, the IDF headquarters, but the blast wave blew out windows in the Soroka Hospital. Oh my God. The Zionists were out with their hankies and they're, crying. This is an attack. What brutal, these Iranians, these brutal savages, they're killing hospital victims. Oh my God. Meanwhile, over the course of the last 20 months, Israel has destroyed, bombed and burned 36 hospitals in Gaza. 36. They've attacked them at least a total of 136 times on 27 of those hospitals. They've killed medical workers. They've killed first responders. And now Israel's all of a sudden, they got a little bit of blast damage from a nearby bomb, and they're losing control of their bowels. Welcome to karma, baby. Welcome to karma.
The bad thing about that, though, and Larry knows this, is Israelis, if they're good at anything in particular, it's propaganda. And it's spinning this crap. So they'll have those babies out there in front of the camera. This is one thing Netanyahu will let be filmed. And they'll have Americans weeping and gnashing their teeth. Those rotten Persians, those rotten Iranians, look what they did.
Yeah.
And he'll do that. He's hard pressed right now, but once he gets his feet back under him again, he'll be doing that. And, we'll be falling for it in many cases. I've already seen it in some pictures that have come back to me. Oh, aren't you just going to cry for this? And I'm thinking, just what Larry said. Look what I looked at in Gaza yesterday. Hey, aren't those people? Judge played a British statesman who gave a speech right before the Iraq war that was just blood-curdlingly accurate. Don't Arab women cry over their babies? Don't Palestinian women cry over their babies? Don't doctors who were blown away in their own surgery get cried over by their nursing staff and things like that? I mean, this is both ways, but the guiltiest party of all is the one who started it. And I don't mean Hamas.
Yeah.
And Colonel Wilkes, I know your time is valuable, so I wanted to get to this segment and get your initial comments on it.
Times more valuable than mine.
Oh, no. We're both old guys, but I still defer to the elder statesman.
Well, Colonel Wilkes, I know you have another commitment soon, so let me get to the U.S. side of this. Okay, so we have Donald Trump, of course. Here is what his spokesperson, Miss Levitt, had to say about how the United States is going to react to this, because everyone for the last 24 to 48 hours has been bracing for a potential U.S. response. And then this statement came out yesterday.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. That's a quote directly from the president for all of you today.
So there's that. And then Fox News, though, had a report not too long afterward regarding what the United States may be considering here once Trump and the Trump administration finally does pull the trigger. Here's what the report said.
From the White House briefing. Hi, Jackie. Hey, Martha. There have been a lot of headlines this afternoon, including one from The Guardian that claimed that the U.S. military has doubts about whether the bunker buster bombs could get the job done, and further claiming that only a tactical nuke maybe could finish it. And it further stated that the president is not considering a tactical nuke, that it was not one of the options that was presented to him. I was just told by a top official here that none of that report is true, that none of the options are off the table, and the U.S. military is very confident that bunker busters could get the job done.
So, Colonel Wilkerson, tactical nukes will get the job done, according possibly to the White House. Your assessment of how the United States is reacting to this, what appears to be a disastrous first strike and then response by Israel toward Iran.
Well, I'm hoping that Donald Trump is going to live up at least a little bit to his MAGA reputation during the run-up to his being elected and then immediately afterwards, and turn this into a silk purse into a cow's ear, a cow's ear into a silk purse, whatever. And we're going to go back to negotiations. And he's going to feel like with the leverage he's gained in supporting Israel, if not tacitly, certainly supporting them in a way that Iran recognizes, and we'll go back to the table. Now, that might be a pipe dream, but that's what I see coming out of this, that he thinks he's gained leverage, that Iran might be not so much because of the leverage, but because they want to get this done with and over and sanctions lifted, and they still have this aspiration to be in a better relationship with Washington, that he might get this done, that it might actually happen. Now, realize I'm hoping the impossible maybe, but I do hope that was a ploy meant to suggest that he didn't say in 2 weeks, he said within 2 weeks. That's a different phraseology. I don't know if he parses words that finely, but if he comes out in 9 days or 10 days or whatever, and maybe the Iranians have made some overtures in that time, and they say, well, we're going to resume negotiations, then my principal question becomes, what does he do to Bibi? Where does he put Bibi? Now, he might not have a problem with that because Bibi might be in such dire straits himself politically, and Israel in such dire straits materially, that they accept that. But I always look at them as a fly in the ointment in anything that might be transpiring that's positive. So I have to caveat it with that.
Larry.
The problem we've got is Trump is ignoring the intelligence. Did we talk? Look, I've done, this is my fourth back-to-back interview, so I don't want to start repeating. Did I explained the intelligence coordination process at the outset, correct?
I believe so. I've also been doing a lot, but I believe. But please, I think you can repeat yourself. I think it would be. Well,
just to point out that when Tulsi Gabbard said in March to Congress, Iran's not building a nuke. They don't have a nuke. That wasn't her opinion.
Right.
That was a coordinated opinion from, the 5 key, what I call primary collectors in the intelligence community. That is CIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, National Security Agency, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and State INR. State INR, DIA, CIA, they do human reporting, human source reporting. NSA does, sucks up all the electronic information. NGIA does overhead imagery and such. So when Tulsi presented that position, it wasn't her opinion. She was presenting the coordinated view of the of those key agencies. And if anyone had a difference of opinion, they would have said, like CIA could have said, no, we disagree. We think they are doing it. Then Tulsi would have said, well, the majority of the intelligence community believes this, but the court at CIA believes that. That's called a dissent. That is allowed in the process. The reason I bring this up is when Trump said, 3-4 days ago, well, I don't care what she said. Well, it wasn't what she said. That was the judgment of the intelligence professionals based upon all of the top secret special access program material. But then we get news yesterday that this John Ratcliffe, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, is now pushing a different line that, oh, yeah, Iran's on the 1 yard line and they're going to have it any time now. Now, wait a second. If that's the case, then it is incumbent upon the Director of National Intelligence to come back and say, hey, our assessment has changed because we've received new information. Now, I guarantee you what Ratcliffe is doing, he's pulling it out of his ass. Or it's been given to him by Israel. So what we're now witnessing is the fabrication of intelligence to justify an attack on Iran. But the problem with that is nobody's properly assessing the capability of the United States or Israel to sustain what will be a war of attrition with Iran. And we've already had the case study with the Houthis, because we saw in a period of 7 weeks that Donald Trump's effort to, we're going to crush the Houthis. We're the biggest, we're the baddest, we're the toughest. Complete failure. The United States surrendered, but they called it a victory. We won. The Houthis capitulated. And I wish the whole Monty Python crew was a little younger and all of them still alive, because I'd like to have them dressed up as Houthi warlords. And they're sitting there going, listening, watching Donald Trump going, capitulate? Did you capitulate? I didn't capitulate. Did you capitulate? No, I didn't capitulate. Hilarious, because that's what happened. They didn't capitulate. Oh. We did, but we called it victory. And that, worse than that, will happen with Iran. And when it happens, these countries up to now that have been unwilling to challenge or come out from under the U.S. thumb, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey to a lesser extent, and particularly Saudi Arabia and Qatar, they're all of a sudden going to realize these guys are not as tough as they claim to be. They're actually dangerous. So we need to distance ourselves.
Colonel Wilkerson, I know you have another appointment. So I want your thoughts, though, if you could just briefly share maybe your final thoughts on what is possible here, because the comment was that a tactical nuke could get the job done. But you also mentioned actually earlier about negotiations and the hope for them. Right now, Iran is saying no negotiations. This was an Israeli attack backed by the United States. But if, let's say, Israel is defeated in this conflict and the United States, for some reason, is not able to save Israel in this conflict, would that be the only condition you see as Iran taking part in negotiations again? Or what's your final thoughts on this?
No, I think it would take more than that, but I do think that would be a patina that would have to be given off. And that's one place where Netanyahu could screw it up, because he still has the gift of gab like no Israeli in Israel's short history. And he has a grip on the United States that is incredible. But I do think that if there is enough Iranian damage achieved, if you will, in Israel, and if Israel is seen at least by the international community to have gotten a little comeuppance, that Iran might be willing, for what it could gain by being willing, to go back to the negotiating table. Now, let me hasten to add that were I advising the Ayatollah, and God forbid that I should, or anybody else in Iran, but were I would tell them, don't you believe for a minute that you aren't going to get a cheated, duplicitous deal out of the United States of America and Israel par excellence. So if you do this, if you do agree to go back to negotiations after having drawn your pound of blood, be very careful, be very, very careful, because this president is not trustworthy. Ask Vladimir Putin, ask Xi Jinping. This president is utterly untrustworthy. So having said that, and believing in my own mind that Iran probably feels that way, as probably 3/4 of the world does now, I don't know how you would get them back to this track. But I do know from my contacts there that they do desperately want a better relationship with Washington, and they want Israel out of the way in order to do that. And if they have at least in a certain way militarily put them out of the way, or got them to the point where they have to reconsider what they want to do, and they're not resurgent immediately, there could be some diplomacy that would work. I don't pretend that Israel won't, if Netanyahu remains in charge, which I think is becoming dubious, at least, they won't try to murk it up. They will. There's no question about that. But I go back to my original great power postulation. Israel is doing our wishes, not us doing their wishes. And Trump could prove that.
Well, Colonel Wilkerson, it was great to have you on here. Larry and I will stay on for just a bit longer. And I hope you have a good rest of your day and a great next appointment.
3 more hours. Thank you.
Later, Colonel.
See you. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, Larry. So I wanted to first announce to everybody, we have 25K watching about. For all of you who are watching, hit that
during the next 2 weeks. The only significant development that we have so far that might give diplomacy an option is the fact that the Iranian foreign minister will go to Geneva to speak with some European leaders, particularly about the Iranian nuclear program, not about anything else related to Iran's strategic capabilities or missiles. And from the reports that we're hearing, and I'm going to go through all of them with you tonight, it is a case of Iran reassuring, by what the reports are saying, that they will not be having nuclear weapons. However, let's begin with the attacks that were carried out today. The most intense attack in the northern part of Israel was on Haifa, and multiple videos came out. I'm going to share the majority of them with you in this live stream, including the damage that the building sustained after the attacks. Let's have a look. So that was the first video that was published. However, there were other videos as well. This was one of them. Let's have a look. Then there were other angles from which the missile was seen, the attack. This was one of them over here. And there was another video of the damage on the actual building, and this is the damage. This is the Israeli Ministry of Interior, where everything that's related to civilians matters gets processed. All of the responsibilities of the Israeli Ministry of Interior. And this location in the city of Haifa houses the main government offices. It's similar to the Kiryat in relation to the General Command, which is in Tel Aviv, but this one is more government offices inside the city of Haifa. And as we can see from this damage, the building was completely destroyed. This damage is similar to the level of damage that the Weizmann Institute had, which was damage to a level where it was completely destroyed. This was another angle of the damage on this building inside the city of Haifa. And you can see behind it more government buildings, including the famous rocket-shaped building that the Israeli government uses for municipality purposes inside the city of Haifa. So missiles landing directly. We've had also images from the mountainous areas of the city of Haifa of this attack. As you can see, a huge attack coming from the Iranians on Haifa. What does that tell us in relation to Israel's air defense systems, especially several hours after Israel was attacked on yet again another strategic location by Iran without any interception? And at that time, it was a single missile. We can clearly see that there's something going wrong there. As a matter of fact, Israeli media is talking more and more about the fact that Iranian missiles are becoming more and more accurate in recent days. They are saying that there's a difference from what Iran has done previously, and now the missiles are becoming more and more accurate. Multiple reports, multiple articles spoke about this accuracy coming from Iran, and we can see that as evidence when Israel confirms that one missile was landing without any sort of interception. That means Iran is using certain technologies. Of course, there are multiple interpretations that could be combined, but these include Iran using certain missiles that have the ability to penetrate all of Israel's air defense systems without any problem, to a shortage of the Israeli air defense systems, or a failure. And if Israel and the reports, especially like the one that came out of the Wall Street Journal several days ago, that panicked the leadership of the IDF, speaking about the fact that Israel is running out of missiles for its air defense systems, that means Israel will have to choose the areas very carefully that it wants to protect and not completely use all of its air defense missiles, because again, there is no infinite supply. At the end of the day, they are quite limited. And one very important factor here is the fact that Israel has been in a state of war for 2 years. They've had serious escalations with Lebanon, of course, with the Gaza Strip and the Gaza genocide, alongside other fronts too, and missiles being intercepted from Yemen. Now, the types of Israeli air defense systems that Israel would use with Iran are a combination. These would be a combination of the Arrow, David Sling, and also the Iron Dome. There were reports that they used THAAD and another system called Barak for the first time, or Thunder.
Okay.
But the nuclear program, and again, to make sure, because from Iran's perspective, they are still interested. They were negotiating before. Iran is a country that does look outwards, but when it's forced to take responsive measures, such as the case now when Israel started to carry out acts of aggression and terror against them, they have to respond, and they have to respond in a way or in a level that would deter any such aggressions from reoccurring again. So the Iranian foreign minister clarified they're not talking with the Americans, firstly. Then Oman also said that the Iranians and the Americans will not be talking directly or through mediation, despite certain statements coming from the United States about these talks continuing, still going ahead, reports that Iran denied. And Iran clearly stated we're not interested in talking unless the Israeli aggression stops. There is no point of talking. Therefore, they're only talking with their counterparts in Europe. European countries, some of which are pushing Donald Trump to stop this escalation. There were statements coming from the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer urging Donald Trump to de-escalate and not push for an expansion of this war. Now, European countries, they might have their own reasons why not to escalate tensions with Iran, but in short, well, they're incapable of doing anything. I believe the United States is trying to portray.
I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. It's been reported all over different stations that Israel is telling their citizens to run to the shelters as we speak because the missiles are on the way. It's just not stopping. It's raining forever.
This image of strength, despite the fact that Iran has answers to all of the threats coming from the United States, unless that is the United States is willing to use full-blown nuclear power on Iran. And is that going to happen? Now, reports now are saying that that might be actually the case. The United States might be preparing some tactical nuclear attacks against Iran. All of that is still in the realm of speculation and in the realm of the unknown. In the meantime, well, we know that Israel has nuclear bombs and nuclear warheads that have been kept secret for a very long time. And if Israel is failing with all of that with Iran, why doesn't Israel use these bombs? So from an Iranian perspective, they still haven't began even. What Iran is doing now is the initial phase of response on Israel. Iran has way more capacity, and Iran still hasn't even mentioned or haven't began its other options if an aggression expands against Iran. And the same Iranian foreign minister, he said that they're going to keep plummeting the Zionist regime, keep pummeling, the Zionist regime, and keep attacking them so long as this aggression continues. And the Iranian president is saying that the only way that they would go back to the negotiating table to move forward with the nuclear program is to have a complete and unconditional stop of the Israeli aggression against them. Now, despite the fact that Donald Trump reports said that he didn't give Israel a green light, although Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with him many times, despite the fact that Donald Trump, well, almost gave a heads up to Iran by removing some of the American staff from the region, indicating that an attack is coming, telling Turkey that an attack is about to happen, Turkey later on telling Iran that an attack is coming too. He is now using this to his advantage. Donald Trump wants to have more leverage against Iran in anything to do with negotiations, but from an Iranian perspective, they're not going to give that to Donald Trump. At the end of the day, the Iranians, they view the aggression of Israel against them as an act of war. They need to respond to this, and they do not include this in any sort of talks coming between them and the Americans, because they're not connected. They haven't began as connected issues. The only connection that was there is the influence that Israel had on the American President Donald Trump in relation to enriching uranium with Iran. And the fact that Donald Trump is even considering or asking the Iranians not to enrich uranium, apart from the hypocrisy, the double standards of a country that has nuclear power, one of the biggest nuclear powers on earth that actually has used the nuclear bombs against the Japanese, the only country that used nuclear bombs against the civilian population, the United States of America, leading to 250,000 dead and damage that the people still suffering to this day. There's a level of hypocrisy in the way they approach it. For example, the Americans met with the Pakistanis. Donald Trump met with the Pakistani defense minister, and he was only praising Pakistan. Pakistan is a nuclear country. And he was saying things like, oh, yeah, they deserve peace awards and what have you, hailing Pakistan, supporting, yet with Iran, he doesn't want that with them. Again, the influence is coming primarily from Israel, but from an Israeli perspective, from an Iranian perspective, they're not considering that. Now, moving on to the next thing that I wanted to talk to you about, some people try and portray as if, some people in Iran, they are with Israel. Of course, Israel does have cells. There are people who don't necessarily approve of the Iranian government. But again, there's a lot of propaganda going on. And today, that propaganda was completely debunked with the level of people going out in the Iranian streets and protesting to support Iran and support their leadership in their response to the attacks that Israel is conducting inside of Iran. And these protests did not just happen in Iran, they happened in multiple parts of the world too. These were some of the images of some of the protests happening in Iran. This is particularly in an area called Al-Ahwaz, which is in the western part of Iran. People were going out protesting and supporting their government, as we can see in this video here. So clearly the Iranian people are standing firm with their country's right to defend itself against this Israeli aggression. However, there were also protests in multiple parts of the world, including in Yemen. Millions, as usual, went out to show their solidarity, and also in Iraq. In Iraq, it was a really large protest coming in Sadr city of hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets to show their solidarity with Iran and in support of the Iranians and their right to respond to this attack. Now, in relation to Iraq, there's a high level of sensitivity here, because the United States knows very well that Iran has influence in Iraq. They know very well that Iraq is a place where they can, well, get hit really bad in case an escalation happens between them and the Iranians. Now, previously, the embassy in Iraq, the embassy of the United States in Baghdad, came under attack. And at the time, there were protests against the American occupying forces in the area, but now there are reports coming out speaking about evacuation. There were videos of some of the staff in the embassy in Baghdad evacuating. There were reports about these evacuations, but there were other reports saying that they're closing the actual embassy in Baghdad, and that wasn't the case. It wasn't true that they closed the embassy. It was only a case of them taking some of the staff out and having evacuations because they are preparing for a potential escalation that might come in the next few days or few weeks. That's assuming that the United States would want to participate in this aggression that Israel is conducting against Iran. Now, a couple of other things that I wanted to share with you is we shared some of the videos that came from the attack on Haifa, the Ministry of Interior in Haifa, with another image here and the videos. Iran also released some videos, and I wanted to share some of these videos with you. So these were some, this was one video of the missiles launching. We had other videos as well. This one was one of them. So these were some of the videos, and then we have an image further away, and these were the missiles that were launched today on Haifa in the noontime, according to the reports that were coming out from Iranian media. And one of them was potentially the one that was initially launched on Bir al-Sabah. This was another angle of the attack or of the missiles being launched from Iran as well.
that Iran has launched some fresh strikes on Israel. The Israeli air defenses are
All that
taking on
out there.
the Iranian ballistic missiles that were launched at Modin and Tel Aviv in central.
Bombing them in the daylight, bombing them at night. They gotta live underground. This a fact. They gotta live underground, man. Ain't no coming up for air and all that type of shit no more. This is war. It's real war. Not that bullshit they was talking about. They was at war with the Palestinians. That wasn't war. That just was slaughter one way. This is real war. Hide out. Your military tell you run to the shelters. They should understand this. Nobody can help them. Their military telling them run, man.
Central Israel.
Run. The missiles are going away. What? But they running out, says the liars. They might have to surrender. Israel might have to surrender real soon. So the pain will go away. They can't defeat Iran. America can't help them.
You know, the images of large protests, rallies happening all across Iran in conjunction with Friday prayers today. I mean, talk about the Iranian people and where they are and how people are feeling there on the ground in the midst of these assaults.
Well, this is the major problem that the United States has. It has a lot of so-called Iran experts. It brings in Iranians or former Iranians from different agencies or different universities. And these people basically say what they want to hear. And the narrative in the United States is that the regime, as they like to call it, is collapsing, it's weak, it's hated, it's unpopular, and that all we have to do is give it a bit of a push and kill some people and bomb some places and murder some children, and it will fall apart. And the exact opposite happened, as we knew would happen, because, first of all, the Islamic Republic of Iran has always had strong popular support among its public. That does not mean that the public supports government policies or that it's happy with the economy. There are 90 million people with 90 million different views, but overwhelmingly they believe that the Constitution is a good constitution and they believe that the government is legitimate. So under ordinary circumstances, these narratives that are created in Washington won't work. But when they carry out an assault on a nation and they start helping a genocidal regime that's carrying out a genocide in Gaza, when they help them attack ordinary Iranians and we see dead kids on the streets of Tehran, that is going to create a unity among ordinary Iranians that we have not seen for decades. And that, I think, was expected. But Washington, since it's always blinded to the truth and it's always believing in its own fantasies, it can't see that. And even now, it can't see that. I'm sure that all these protests that you're seeing across the country today in Iran, at a time when the Israeli regime is carrying out strikes on civilian targets, they will not take that into consideration. They'll say, oh, these are just official government regime protests and that sort of nonsense. And so they'll continue to walk blind and miscalculate and lead the United States towards a very dangerous situation. Iran is not Iraq. Iran is not Libya. Iran is not Syria. Iran is not Vietnam. The damage that Iran and its allies can do to the United States could bring down the US economy. And you should look to Iraq today and this protest that we've seen in Iraq, where Muqtada Sadr on the one hand, Ayatollah Sistani on the other, and everyone in between is outraged at the United States. And what could happen in Iraq could be of major consequences to the United States if it indeed chooses to act in a directly aggressive manner against the Iranian people. And of course, the Iranian armed forces will respond very swiftly. Their capabilities in the Persian Gulf are enormous. Iran has many underground bases, and the ability for Iran to strike the Americans and those Arab family regimes in the Persian Gulf, which are very vulnerable and weak, and which export a lot of oil and gas. Iran's ability to hit them hard is visible to all, and that would lead to a crisis, an economic crisis, that I think would make 1929 and the 1930s look somewhat benign.
Mohammed Mirandi, you are very well known for putting the anchors of various news programs in their place, from Sky News to Piers Morgan. And I think everybody really does appreciate those segments that you do, sometimes, narrating their own propaganda back to them. But, something very much more serious happened the other day, because you were doing an interview, you were filming an interview. I don't know, you can clarify exactly what happened. I saw what you were saying on Twitter. You were either in the building or next to the building that the Israelis hit of the Iranian media station that we all saw happen live on air. And then you and Piers Morgan got into a Twitter fight about it later. And I mean, he was being so disgusting towards you, as he usually is. But can you tell us what happened there?
Well, I was in the press TV building, which is a part of Iranian national radio and TV, but it's outside of the main campus or complex. And I was preparing to do the interview because they've slowed the internet. And so I have to go to government buildings or places where they have better internet. And even there, it's not, in these places, it's not very good. But I went to the Press TV building to do the interview. And at that time, while I was waiting, they struck the main building of the Iranian radio and television. And they murdered journalists and three women broadcasters, one for radio and two for television, one for a children's program. They were there. They were doing their work as they were attacked. And one of them, we saw the explosion take place behind her. And of course, in the West, it had no visibility. No, you would think that these three women would be considered as heroes in the West, women who stood steadfast under fire. But no, since they're Iranians, since they're non-white, since they're Asian, since they're Muslims, since they're linked to the Iranian television, they are worthless to Western journalists and to human rights organizations. So when this happened, and I think you're showing the footage of the strike, if I'm not mistaken, on that building. When this happened, I was told that to leave the building of Press TV, and that the building was being evacuated. And I was waiting for my to go into the to be put into connected to the studio and to begin my conversation, but I was delayed. And I told them that I have to go.
Just to clarify, this is a Piers Morgan show. Just to clarify.
Yes, Piers Morgan's team delayed me. They kept me in the backstage. I think that's what you call it.
Try to get you.
So they saw me arguing with the guard. I was pleading with him. A couple of times I raised my voice. And then ultimately the guard said, "I'm not leaving till you leave." And I felt very uncomfortable about that. So I yelled at him. And so he went downstairs. He said, "I'll go downstairs and wait for you." So I waited and waited. And then, I've also been asked to get rid of my cell phone by Iranian security people. And they said that we hear that you're on media and that may cause you trouble, so it's best for you not to get rid of your phone. I said, well, if I do that, I can't do media. And so I said I can't. And they just left. But in any case, so I was under those circumstances. And so when I finally got to speak, Piers Morgan started insulting Iran, demonizing Iran, the sort of demonization that you hear when Western media wants to prepare the ground for murder and slaughter. You demonize, you call them evil, so that an evil regime like the Israeli regime, the genocidal regime that's carrying out this Holocaust in Gaza, could be somehow rebranded as the good guy. And so they could kill Iranians because the Iranians are evil. And that's basically what he and other people in the media were doing. So he had basically a piece of paper out in front of him, and he had this list of horrible things about Iran, which were all false. I'd once invited him to Iran, and he declined, and then he insulted me, implying that I would take him hostage or something. He's a child, but he's dishonest.
Wow.
And I think you know that I recently hosted.
They meant to kill him, bomb him live while he was on the air, but they hit the wrong building. They hit the building next to him. Piers Morgan definitely lined him up and tried to get him killed. Just like we seen that other lady who was live on air. They wanted the whole world to see him. That done to him. They wanted him bombed live on air. Piers Morgan is a war criminal for that.
Of journalists have visited Iran, including Max Blumenthal, George Galloway, and many others. And they spent quite a bit of time in Iran. I think Max spent and his wife Anya Parampil, they spent 2 weeks in Iran traveling the country. And they know that Iran is not at all similar to what the United States presents it as and to what Western media presents it to be. But this demonization is intentional. It is something that mainstream media is doing to prepare the grounds for more death and destruction. And that's why I consider Piers Morgan and almost all legacy media journalists to be complicit in genocide, because they have, by justifying the Israeli regime for 21 months, they have been a part of this genocide. They have been a part of this Holocaust. And what they've done in the past is unforgivable. And what they're attempting to do now is unforgivable as well.
Well, Professor, I want to ask you a question, because when you look at the context of what's happening, and certainly what Americans are hearing, right, is that Iran is like desperately trying to develop this nuclear weapon to attack America, and there has to be some deterrence. Now, of course, there's very little evidence of that, and it just seems to me, when you look at that very little evidence, that this really isn't about nuclear weapons. It's about whether or not Iran is going to be allowed to have its own government, its own policies, stand on its own 2 feet, and become a powerful country in the region. It's obviously a very developed country, big science and technology, and it feels like that is so much of why Iran is being targeted, and we're just being told about this nuclear threat as a cover for something else, a different type of approach.
Absolutely. Not that there's little evidence. There's absolutely no evidence. And this is all about Iran's independence and Iran's support for the Palestinian people. That's it. Whether it's, animal rights or human rights or terrorism or the nuclear program or global warming or whatever they want to throw at Iran, children's rights, whatever they want to throw at Iran, that's all the cover story. The real story is Iran's independence, Iran's sovereignty. Iran is not in the Western camp. Iran is completely supports the aspirations of the Palestinian people. Iran is opposed to ethno-supremacism and apartheid, and it calls for the full dismantling of ethno-supremacism and the notion of a chosen people or a master race or a superior people in the land of Palestine as well as anywhere else. When the revolution happened in Iran, the former regime was sending 90% of South Africa's oil. They were 90% of apartheid now South Africans' oil was coming from Iran. And the revolutionaries cut that off immediately. And then they cut off ties with the South African regime. And then they began funding the ANC, the military wing of the ANC, and other resistance organizations. And they did the same in Palestine. They cut off ties with the Israeli regime. They stopped investing in the Israeli armaments. and they shut their embassy and they opened a Palestinian embassy. So for the United States, that is completely unacceptable. And so regime change, or the idea of regime change in Iran, has been what the United States and its allies have been pursuing for decades. With regards to the nuclear program, as Tulsi Gabbard herself admitted just a while back, that there's no evidence that the Iranians are, I mean, the US intelligence believes that Iran is not pursuing a nuclear weapon. And then Trump says, I don't care what she says. And it shows that this is all political. Even the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, he said twice in the last week that there's no evidence that Iran is pursuing a nuclear weapon, even though he is in the pocket, effectively, of the Americans. If you look back to WikiLeaks, in the previous head, Amano, who's Japanese, when he wanted to become the head of the organization, he went and told the Americans, look, I will do whatever you say. I'm in your camp. Just vote for me. And that's how he got elected. Out of in the board of governors at the IAEA, I checked on DeepSeek, 17 of the 35 are European and North American. Then there are 2, Korea, South Korea, of course, and Japan. That makes it 19. And then the chainsaw guy from Argentina, 20. That's their votes against Iran. The rest of the members of the board, which constitute the global South, they voted either against it or they didn't vote for it. And that means effectively 7 billion of 8 billion people. India didn't vote for it. China voted against it. Russia didn't voted against it. Brazil, and so on and so forth. So for those who use the argument, they know this is a false argument about the board of directors. The board of directors is a political body, but the experts that are used in the IAEA, they've never discovered any evidence that Iran has been pursuing a nuclear weapon. And Iran has not been pursuing a nuclear weapon, not today, not yesterday, and not before 2003. So this is all an excuse to help Israel, because the Israeli regime has launched a war against Iran, and it is failing. If it wasn't failing, and if it was really doing well in accordance with the propaganda that we're seeing from the West, the United States and Trump wouldn't be moving towards aggression against Iran. They would be sitting back and enjoying themselves as the Israelis slaughter Iranians, as Western elites usually do. But now Trump is making very dangerous steps. And I say this with as a warning to all your listeners and your viewers. If the United States attacks Iran, the global economy will go downhill immediately, and the global economy will collapse. This will be far worse than the 1930s. Iran will not just, all these Arab family dictatorships these tiny dictatorships on this other side of the Persian Gulf, they are glass palaces, and US bases exist in every single one of them. And an American attack would mean that they are complicit. And on the other hand, look at what's happening in Iraq today. Look at the people who've come to the streets in Iraq. They are completely opposed to the United States and outraged at what the United States is doing and how the United States and the Israeli regime are threatening Iranian leaders. So while the United States and the Europeans are looking more like they live in the Wild West, they don't recognize that we're not living in the 1990s anymore. This is a new era, and the United States is declining fast. The United States will not win a war against Iran, and Iran will make sure that the United States fails. Now, those American exceptionalists can continue living in their bubble thinking that they'll win. They couldn't win against Yemen. They don't have a chance against Iran. So the smart thing to do is for the United States to back off and to yank hard on Netanyahu's leash and to accept Iran's rights. I heard your previous guest speak about a consortium. Under no circumstances has Iran said, will Iran accept a consortium to replace its enrichment program? That's off the table. That's never been on the table. But Iran is willing to have a deal with the United States if the United States is sincerely worried about Iran's peaceful nuclear program. If they're sincere, which they're not, But if they're sincere and they want to solve the problem, it can be solved. This has been negotiated so many times over the years that both sides know exactly how to resolve the situation. But if Trump wants war because the Zionists and the neocons want it, then I think with the divide that we see in the United States, things will go downhill for him very fast. And I don't believe that he will finish his term in office. I think he'll be ousted.
Well, Professor Morandi, it stands to be seen. We're all
guys, my special guest, you've seen him here before, is Scott Ritter. He's former U.S. Marine Corps. Let's go ahead and bring him in. He was also a weapons inspector. I'm sure Scott has a lot to say. What's going on, Scott?
Just living the dream or living the nightmare. What a world we live in. I mean, that old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. We have been cursed doubly, triply, quadruply. The world is going to hell in a handbasket, and we're along for the ride.
That's right, we are. Oh my gosh. So first things first. There's so much to discuss, but something was announced earlier today that I do want to show you. Let's go ahead and bring this up here. It's here. So I don't know if you saw this. But this is the other day, but we'll get to the announcement today. Exclusive: U.S. moving fighter jets to the Middle East as Israel-Iran war rages. So that was announced on the 17th. And then this is Donald Trump also around that time saying we are beyond a ceasefire. I want you to hear what he said here.
He said I was going back home to make a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We're long beyond ceasefire. And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use, because a ceasefire means like everything's going swimmingly, we'll take a little time off. It's not. We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory.
But in Ukraine, Russia, he keep asking for a ceasefire because he knows a ceasefire is not good. It just gives Iran time to take a breather, load back up the equipment. But why you keep asking Russia for a ceasefire if then you say it's not a good thing?
You know what the victory is? No nuclear weapon.
And he's exposing himself.
So I thought it was a very badly worded statement by him, and obviously I let him know that. He said I was...
Okay, that's the statement there from Donald Trump, where he said that they were going full speed ahead. They didn't want him to have a nuclear weapon. But then today it was announced President Trump will allow 2 weeks for diplomacy before deciding on a U.S. strike against Iran, the White House said. Now, that's interesting that was announced today because according to this, they already started moving fighter jets to the Middle East. So I want to get your perspective on this. What do you think is happening here? Does Donald Trump want troops to go fight against Iran, or is this some type of tactic that he's using? What do you think is happening?
Well, first, I have a question for you because maybe I've missed something. But Sabrina, has Congress declared war against Iran? Did I miss something here? Are we at war with Iran?
Nope.
Has the president addressed the American people saying that, he has no choice but to go to war? Because the words he used, first of all, if we're not at war with Iran, why does he keep saying we when he speaks about this? We don't want this. We want that. We're far beyond that. Because the implication is we're at war with Iran. And the answer is we are at war with Iran. We are complicit with the Israelis. The Israelis carried out a Pearl Harbor type surprise attack against Iran in total violation of international law. We are talking about a classic war of aggression. And the United States was complicit. We committed an act of perfidy. Now, perfidy is a cute little word. I have to give a hats off to Garland Nixon, who introduced it to my modern day lexicon. I mean, I was aware of it in the past, but Garland brought it back up. But we're the ones, we, America, because I can say we, I'm American, you're American. The president's supposed to work for us. America told the Iranians that we were interested in a negotiated, settlement regarding Iran's nuclear program. And we had engaged in direct dialogue or indirect dialogue, depending on the, how you want to play semantics here, with the Iranians. And we were scheduled to have the 6th round of negotiations with the Iranians this past Sunday. Ali Shamkhani, who is one of the lead Iranian nuclear negotiators, 2 days before the Israeli Pearl Harbor attack on Iran that killed him, by the way, they deliberately targeted this man. Get what I'm saying? They killed the lead negotiator. Said, we're ready to sign a treaty with the United States. Did you hear what I said? We're ready to sign a treaty with the United States that says Iran can't have a nuclear weapon and won't have a nuclear weapon. Isn't that what the president wanted? We're ready to cap the enrichment of Iranian uranium to 3.75%. It takes 90% to make a nuclear weapon. 3.75%, cap it. We're ready to allow U.S. inspectors to join the IAEA, so the United States has a higher degree of, confidence in the verification. They were ready to do a whole bunch of things, basically everything possible to prove that they weren't pursuing a nuclear weapon. And they were told that this negotiation was taking place on Sunday. President Trump said so. The Israelis, Benjamin Netanyahu, said, we're going to wait until after Sunday to make a decision. We're going to give these negotiations a chance. And then they launched a Pearl Harbor attack. The president says, I was fully aware of the plans. I knew everything. That's perfidy. And perfidy isn't just a clever little word that Garland Nixon gave me. It's a crime. It's a war crime. It's against international law. We are a war criminal state that is at war with Iran as we speak. That's what the president's words tell me. Yes, moving aircraft here and there and everywhere is, first of all, it happens all the time. I don't know how many aircraft they're talking about moving. We already have considerable amount of air assets in the region. Understand that we've been bombing the hell out of Syria nonstop for several years. We fly combat air patrols over Iraq. We maintain. What's curious is that the main airfield for the U.S. Air Force in the Middle East, Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, is empty right now. All those planes have left because they're worried about the Iranians blowing the hell out of it. I think they went to Saudi Arabia, which begs the question, what's Saudi Arabia's role in all this? So there's just so much hidden into the president's statement. It's very disturbing, the language that he's using. And it just shows that the United States can't be trusted. I mean, right now the president is allegedly sending Steve Witkoff to go talk to Arakchi, the foreign minister of Iran, about negotiation. But why would the Iranians ever negotiate with the United States after this Pearl Harbor event? Why would they ever do that? And it's also, I just want to point out, when the president said, a ceasefire implies things are going swimmingly. They're not. I think what the president's saying is Israel's getting the snot kicked out of it right now and needs the United States to step in.
I'm glad that you mentioned that, because it was reported today that Iran bombed a hospital in Israel, and a number of outlets, what they're not mentioning is that there was a military base like right next to that hospital. I'm against still bombing hospitals. However, what they are omitting, and a lot of them did not report on this, is that on Monday, Israel bombed a hospital in Iran. See, they always leave, key pieces out. And now we're starting to see, I saw pictures of Tel Aviv that I thought I would never see, images that I thought I would never see, that kind of resembled what we see in Gaza, but obviously not to the full extent of that. And I honestly think, and you tell me what you think about this, I honestly think like Israel is somewhat afraid.
They're scared to death. That's why they shut the borders. Right now, Israel has closed its borders. Nobody's allowed to leave Israel. Why? Because if they open the borders, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Israelis would flee. Israel's becoming a place where you can't live. It's uninhabitable. The ability to sustain viable life is rapidly being squeezed out of Israel as the Iranians target power plants. If they hit the Ashdod power generation facility, Tel Aviv goes dark. They blew up refineries. There's going to be, a shortage of fuel. The economy's non-functioning. And let's talk about this hospital that was hit. First of all, the hospital wasn't hit. The building next to the hospital was hit, which happens to be a command and control center for Israeli intelligence. Now ask yourself, why did the Israelis put a command and control center for intelligence next to a hospital? I mean, aren't these the same Israelis that blew up every frickin' hospital in Gaza under the pretext that Hamas had a command and control center under? You remember that, Al Shifra? Command and control wasn't there, didn't exist, but
they're using the people as human shields.
yeah. So, and now I have to listen to an Israeli minister say, bombing a hospital is a war crime. Well, no kidding, pal. You've been, the hypocrisy of the Israelis right now. The Iranians carried out a precision strike against a military intelligence headquarters. And let me make this clear too. The hospital loses all protection. Read the damn international humanitarian law. The hospital loses all protection the moment it allows itself to become a cover for military action. It's no longer a protected site. Unlike the hospitals in Gaza, which weren't covers for military action, where the Israelis, gosh, what did they do? Snipers shot surgeons while they were doing surgery. Assassination teams came into the operating ready rooms and assassinated patients after surgery was done on them. That's what the Israelis do with hospitals. All the Iranians did is blow up an intelligence command post, which means there was no hospital next to it, because you can't have a hospital next to it, or else if the Israelis are claiming that, then they are guilty of a violation of international humanitarian law, because they're using a hospital as a shield for military activity. So let's be quite clear here. Iran did not attack a hospital. Iran attacked an Israeli intelligence command post. The Israelis put that next to a hospital, which means there is no hospital there under international humanitarian law. So let's be very clear what's going on here. But the media is not going to spin it properly, because the media, his job is to make Israel look as good as possible. But you can't make Israel look good right now. That's the problem. There's no front right now where Israel's looking good. Israel's getting beat, blown up. I mean, this is embarrassing for Israel, and it's only going to get worse. The Iranians have been planning this campaign for a long time. They didn't want this war. They weren't ready for this war in terms of the immediacy. It was a surprise attack that gave them a bloody nose and a black eye, and they're missing a tooth. I mean, the Israelis hit them hard. There's no doubt about that. But the Iranians have gotten up, dusting themselves off, and now they're implementing a campaign. And this is what should scare all the little pro-Israeli people out there. This is a campaign that seeks to strategically defeat Israel, and they're achieving their objectives. And this is why Trump is in absolute panic state. Seymour Hersh claims that they're going to attack this weekend. The Donald Trump's 2-week thing. Why would anybody believe Trump? I mean, he said he wanted negotiations on Sunday, and then he greenlit an Israeli surprise attack on Friday. So I don't think the Iranians are buying into any of this. They anticipate America to do the worst, but the Iranians are engaged in a campaign that if it goes on for another 2 weeks, Sebby, we're only 1 week into this war, and Israel's already losing. 2 weeks from now, Israel will have lost.
Colonel Douglas McGregor was on Judge Napolitano's show earlier, and he said that 1/3 of Israel has been bombed. I think people need to remember, Israel isn't huge. Iran is huge. It's a huge, massive, country. And I think I want to make the connection to Iraq, right? The war in Iraq, because this rhetoric, which I've heard since the 90s, since I was younger, that Iran was building a nuclear weapon, right? So they're coming back with this rhetoric again. Benjamin Netanyahu is on live television on Fox News telling people that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump. Interesting, you would mention it now and not after it happened, right? Just these types of things, just making up all kind of stuff. He said that America first is America dead. He said that Iran would attack New York City. And here's my thing. I feel like we're back right before the Iraq war all over again, where we were told, which you're very familiar with, that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And it's just like, I remember back then asking myself, after September 11, well, if this is about September 11, why are we trying to go to war with Iraq when the people flying the planes were from Saudi Arabia? Didn't make sense to me. And yet Saudi is still an ally. So then the response is Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. It was all over the place. But that's what they used to sell this war to the American people. I feel like Benjamin Netanyahu and the nerve of him to use American television to sell this war to the American people by making up these claims of Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump and telling people that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, when Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that they were not building a nuclear weapon. Do they think that we're stupid?
Yes, they do. And we are. I mean, you're not. I could be. I mean, people have accused me of being this stupid and worse, but you're definitely not stupid. And I would imagine the majority of your audience isn't stupid. They tune in to listen to you, so that implies a modicum of brain activity. But the rest of America, dumber than dirt. I got in a little kerfuffle on, let's see, Tuesday night. My good friend Gerald Salante, who I love to death, hosted a roundtable with Garland Nixon, Joe Lauria, Dennis Kucinich, and myself. And we were talking about the American people and such. And I'm not cutting the American people any slack. Both Dennis Kucinich and Gerald Salante were trying to say, don't blame the American people. They're hardworking people and they just don't have time. I said, bull. They got all the time in the world. They play fantasy football. They, that requires a lot of statistics. They do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it takes time to do fantasy football right. It takes time to do any fantasy sport. They follow Taylor Swift. Everybody has their life. Americans work hard. I get it. They do. I know. Trust me. I'm putting in 12-hour days. Revolutionary. But we also live our life, which means we make priorities. And all I'm saying is that the American people have not prioritized the lives of American service members or human beings around the world, that we will put fantasy football ahead of the life of a Marine. We have. We will put fantasy football ahead of the lives of innocent Gazan children. We have. We the American people, and I put a lot of responsibility on us because we claim to be a constitutional republic with a certain democratic element to it, meaning that we go to the polls and we vote people in to represent us. We're responsible for the composition of our Congress. We're responsible for the occupancy of the White House. We're responsible for a whole bunch of stuff through the power of the vote. And we have voted in elements that are taking us down the path to war, and we seem to be sleepwalking about it. I mean, my God, you just had the president say straight up that we're at war with Iran. You heard what he said. We. Why aren't the American people go, whoa, time out? The Constitution, you remember that document. It gets a little inconvenient at times because, gosh, it actually matters. The Constitution says that Congress, only Congress, can take us to war. They haven't done that. There's some peripheral movement by Massey and I think McGovern too in Congress to try and do a authorization of use of military force to prohibit the president from going to war against Iran without the consent of Congress. But there's not going to be any support for that because this is Israel, and we do anything for Israel, including break our own laws, turn our blind eye to their spying and their other nefarious activities. But the American people have failed, and they're dumb. So that's what I mean when you said, do they think we're stupid? Yeah, because we are stupid. Stupid is as stupid does, baby. And right where we're not doing anything about the most consequential thing. Do you understand, the American people? I'm talking to you right now, not you, Sabby. I'm talking through you. That if we attack Iran in the name of Israel, because this is about Israel, this isn't about America. Iran doesn't pose a threat to America at all. At all. Iran is bending over backwards to work with America, to be friends with America. They have a president who wants good relations with America. He has told the IRGC several times not that he's opposed them in the highest councils of Iran, saying, no, I won't support this because that would put us at odds with America, the potential of conflict with America. Turns out the IRGC was right, that America can't be trusted, but they have a president who wants good relations. If we attack Iran, they will, kill a lot of Americans. You ready for that, America? You ready for your sons and daughters to come home in body bags? Because I know it looks cool on movies. You get to watch, Kevin Bacon go and escort a body home and cry when he falls in love with the wife of the fallen soldier. And oh, it's so romantic and wonderful. And it was a good movie. I loved it. But my point is, that's Hollywood. You ready for the reality of it? Because the reality is they're going to come home in body bags if we can recover their bodies. That's a big if. Are you ready for that? Because you're going to come home in big numbers. Are you ready for the headlines that say America got its ass kicked? Because we're going to get our ass kicked. We can't defend our bases from Iranian missiles. Look at Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is defended by the most densely packed in anti-ballistic missile shield the world has ever seen. And it's getting beat on a daily basis by the Iranians. We got nothing at our bases. They will flatten them. But then they will flatten the energy production capacity of the Middle East. Gone. And here's the thing. It's not just that you're going to be spending $25, $30 for a gallon of gas. It's you're going to starve to death. You know what happens when we don't have diesel in this country? And we won't have diesel in this country. The trucks don't drive. You know that grocery store you like to go to? Get all that funny food that we eat, where do you think the food comes from? It ain't local. It comes from California. It comes from Florida. It comes from other places. And it's brought here by trucks, driven by truckers who have to put diesel in the tanks of the trucks. And when you don't have diesel, the trucks don't drive and nothing moves and your shelves are empty. That's what's going to happen, America. Total paralysis of this country. Now ask yourself what happens when you're hungry. When you got no gas, you can't drive your car. You're at home, power going out, can't pay bills.
I've been warning people.
Do you think Americans are going to sit around and go, shucks? Or do you think they might actually rise up and do something about it? This country is fundamentally divided right now. I mean,
that's why people got to pay attention. This is around the corner. This could happen at any time. We've been preaching this over here at the House of Revolution. People have been paying attention. They got time for everything, but the reality that's right in their goddamn face, World War III, is at your door. You have to be prepared any day now.
I mean, I'm not promoting this. I love my country, and I want my country to remain intact. But my God, if you don't understand the trajectory on, we have a man in the White House who is literally insane. He's a narcissistic madman who's insane, has lost it. And he's going to take us to a war with a country that has a plan to beat us. And they're going to execute that plan. And we will fall apart from within. All of our strategies, the CIA strategies of regime change, all require us to sanction, isolate, and then work our nefarious ways inside to cause societies to collapse from within. Our society's collapsing from within. I mean, we are literally just one major federal crisis away from states starting to talk about secession. And then we have civil war, and then we don't have the United States of America anymore. That's the direction we're heading, ladies and gentlemen, because we have an orange-faced fat fool sitting in the White House who has lied to us and is lying to us now, and Congress doesn't have the courage because we've sold out to Israel. We've literally sold out. This country is controlled by Israel. Now, the good news is if we don't do anything, Israel's going to lose this war. They're going to lose. They're losing. They can't win this war. Have you seen Lord of the Rings? One of my favorite.
I've watched it over and over and over again.
So you know the second movie, the King of the Rohan, and he's been taken over. There's an evil spirit inside him, and he's weak, and there's somebody whispering in his ear. Let's call the king of Rohan America. And let's call the person whispering in his ear AIPAC. And let's call the evil force behind there Israel. And they own him, and he can't see it. Whisper, oh, yes, but we must do this. But in the moment Gandalf comes and drives out the demon, clear eyes and all that. As soon as we can free ourselves from Israel, we are going to be clear-eyed, and this country will cure itself. But Israel has infected this country. It's a parasite that's taking control of us. And we have a chance right now to see Israel lose. And if Israel loses this war with Iran, as it will, Israel will cease to exist. Not because Iran's going to drive them into the sea and murder them, because Israel's going to fail as a state. Millions of Israelis will flee. If they open the borders right now, Israel's going to empty out.
Yeah.
Millions will flee. And then you have a demographic problem. How do you continue to justify the continuation of an exclusive Jewish state when, let's say, there's only 3 million of them left and there's 12 million non-Jews? Suddenly you're looking at a two-state solution, a one-state solution.
Uh-oh. I think Scott froze there for a second.
I think the FBI.
Trump has trashed the last vestige of independent intel analysis. Don't lie. You are not on the same page. Leave lying to Trump. He knows Iran is not working on a nuclear weapon. Go public. Americans have the right to know this. Tulsi Gabbard has been very quiet, Scott, since she made that video warning about nuclear war. But she did give that, she was at that hearing and she did say that Iran is not working on a nuclear weapon.
And she did make a video last week or so talking about the world didn't really understand how close we could be to nuclear war. That's because she knew these fools behind the scenes was talking about using nuclear weapons on Iran.
What do you think is happening there? You think there's a chance that Tulsi could come forward and just let people know, listen, this isn't right? Why is she so quiet?
Well, first of all, she's the director of national intelligence. She's not a political figure. Her job is to advise the president of the United States, not to come screaming and reporting to the American people. Look, I like Ray, felt that if Tulsi being shamed by the president the way he did on TV, remember when they said, Mr. President, Tulsi Gabbard briefed Congress that there was no, and he says, I don't care what she says, which implies that he's not getting his intelligence from the United States. He's getting it from Israel. And at that point in time, I said Tulsi should probably resign. But then you hear stories about cabinet meetings where she's there and the pushback in the cabinet meetings. You also hear that Tulsi Gabbard made that video about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There's a reason why she made that video. She's not stupid. She's a very smart person. And she made that video because she knows that the president is planning to drop a nuclear bomb on Fordo right now. And she made that video to say, no, nuclear weapons cannot be used. That was an indirect attack. The president is reportedly furious at Tulsi for making that video. She didn't mention him. She didn't mention policy. She just said, I came back from Hiroshima and Nagasaki and we can never use nuclear weapons again. Amazing statement. So she hasn't remained silent. She's spoken out on the critical issue of the day in a very dramatic fashion. But if she resigns, and this is what I would ask Ray, who's going to stop the president? Right now, Tulsi's in the meetings and she's constantly reminding the president and around everybody. She goes, they don't have a nuclear weapon. They're not pursuing a nuclear weapon. This isn't like George Tenet with George W. Bush going, it's a slam dunk, Mr. President, slam dunk, WMD, let's go to war. This is Tulsi in front of the cabinet where the president's trying to make a case for war based upon Iran pursuing a nuclear weapon. The director of national intelligence saying, no, they don't have it. And that prompts other people to speak up and say, then why are we talking about going to war, Mr. President? I mean, and the president has to pull back and say we have to consult and all this kind of stuff. So I like Tulsi where she is right now, because she is, I think, the break, and she's also the moral conscience that needs to be in place to stop this madman from, committing horrific acts in our name. And the other thing with Tulsi speaking up like that, it allows the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to question the legality of action. because the chairman, while you have to obey a legitimate order, if you're going to go to war, I mean, the chairman might say, what is our authority for the use of military force, Mr. President? Has Iran attacked us? No. Why are we attacking Iran, Mr. President? Is there an imminent danger? Yes, nuclear weapons. Well, Mr. President, the director of national intelligence says there is no nuclear weapons program. And if you're going to contradict her, what's your intelligence? Does the president want to commit to the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff that he's acting on Israeli intelligence that hasn't been vetted by the American intelligence community? See, so Tulsi being there creates a lot of problems for him. I imagine that when this crisis is over and we don't go to war against Iran, and I hope that's the case, he will fire her. And then she'll have a chance to come out and speak. But right now, Tulsi's in the exact position she needs to be, because she may be the only thing that's stopping this president from going to war right now.
Militarily, what is the possibility of this happening? Thank you for this, Katerina. Netanyahu said today they can continue the war without the U.S. Thoughts. What is Israel militarily without the United States if the U.S. is not involved in this war?
Well, Israel has, first of all, a very large and very capable military. Their air force is especially lethal. Modern aircraft, modern weapons, highly trained pilots. But Israel, for the last couple of years, has been running exercises. Before October 7th, 2023, they ran a series of exercises in the 2 years prior. I think Chariot of Fire was the last exercise. And basically, it was a stress test of the Israeli force that said, can we beat all of our enemies at once if we had to fight them all at once? And the answer was no. And the problem was Iran. Israel does not have the capacity to initiate and sustain a war-winning fight against Iran. Iran's too big, and Israel will run out of resources. They can't win the war against Iran. They need American help, and all of the exercises had America coming to Israel's assistance when it came to Iran. So as long as the United States is staying out of this fight, Israel can't win this fight. They don't have the physical capacity to win in a conventional fight. They want to bring in nuclear weapons. That's a whole different discussion and reality we move into. But conventionally, Israel can't beat the Iranians in a stand-up fight. The Israelis tried to deliver the knockout punch. They went for decapitation, killing a lot of senior IRGC leaders, thinking that if they got rid of this hardcore element, that they would free up the moderate Iranian government to act on its, natural inclinations to pursue peace, and that they would get the Iranians to say, just stop bombing us and we'll give up our nuclear program. Then they also thought that maybe that could lead to unrest inside Iran, and you could see the theocracy collapse and you have regime change. And then when you have regime change and a government that wants to be friendly with the West, you can dismantle the missile program. That's what the Israelis were looking for. Didn't happen. They killed a lot of guys. They delivered this knockout punch, shock and awe. Today, the Iranians are closer to the theocracy than ever before. They've rallied around Ali Khamenei. They've rallied around the president. They've rallied around Iran. And Iran, even if they kill Ali Khamenei, and I believe they will, I believe that this doesn't end without him dead. They're going to go for him. They're going to kill him. But he's already said, I'm a dead man. He's acknowledged his death. He said, I will die. But Iran will continue. Iran is a theocracy. There will be somebody to replace him. When the Pope dies, there's always white smoke that eventually comes out of the chimney. If they kill Ali Khamenei, the Assembly of Experts will pick a new Vilayat Faqih, supreme jurisprudence, and that's the way it is. They're not getting rid of this. They're actually just empowering the theocracy even more.
So I want to. Go ahead.
The Israelis. Go ahead. No, I'm just saying that I just want to just say this because I saw your face when I said Ali Khamenei and assassinated. You're like, what? You do know that at the end of the Gulf War, Desert Storm, when the war ended, Iraq had fired 49 Scud missiles into Israel. 49. Here, the Iranians have fired like 490, but 49. And the United Nations put together the Special Commission inspectors like me who were supposed to go in and get rid of the weapons of mass destruction. The Israelis weren't satisfied with that. And they had a meeting, and the director of military intelligence, Uri Sage, said the only way we're ever going to be safe is kill Saddam Hussein. And they began planning an assassination of Saddam Hussein, and it was ready to be executed in November of 1993. They were a week away from the event, which was a funeral of Adnan Kharala, the uncle. Saddam would have attended. The Israelis would have had their assassination team in place, and they would have killed Saddam. But they had a mishap at the final training exercise. 5 Israeli soldiers were killed, and that was the end of the exercise. The Israelis, though, didn't give up. They were still saying the only way this ends is with the death of Saddam. Now, I don't want to give myself too much credit, but I flew to Israel in October of 1994, and I met with Uri Sage. I insisted on meeting with him. The Israelis were like, "You don't get to meet with him." And I said, "Well," and I leave. So I got the meeting. And long story short, I got the Israelis to agree that assassinating Saddam wasn't the answer, that working with the inspectors was the answer, that the way to secure Israel is to guarantee Iraq's weapons of mass destruction programs were thoroughly eliminated, and if Israel had intelligence, to give it to us so that we could complete the task. By the time I finished this 4-year collaboration with Israel, Saddam Hussein went from being a man who had to be killed to the final assessment I got from the Israelis in June of 1998 was that Saddam Hussein was a rational actor the Israelis could live with as long as there were no weapons of mass destruction. So as long as the weapons inspectors continued to do their job, the Israelis saw no threat from Saddam Hussein. Then the CIA ended my mission, and the Israelis replaced their intelligence chief, and then we got 9/11 because the Israelis began manufacturing intelligence again. But for a brief moment there, we were able to get the Israelis to change their position. But assassination has always been their thing. So right now, I can guarantee you, because I've been there and done that. The reason why I told that story is just so people understand I'm just not making stuff up. I can guarantee you that the Israelis right now have made a decision that the only way they will ever feel safe is with the theocracy eliminated, and they have begun planning to assassinate Ali Khamenei, and they will make an effort on his life. It appears they may have already made several efforts on his life, but that's how the Israelis operate, and we as Americans need to distance ourselves. First of all, it's illegal. We're not allowed by law to assassinate heads of foreign states.
Yeah,
but we do it.
I mean,
Soleimani,
yeah, I was about to say Soleimani. The speech from Netanyahu on Fox News to me sounded like a threat when he said that America first is America dead, and he said New York would be next. To me, that sounds like a threat. And my fear is that there will be a false flag event in the United States that's going to be big. And I fear it's going to be blamed on Iran. And I feel like that's how they're going to get support from Americans for the U.S. to go to war and to be at war with Iran. To me, it just sounded like a threat. And I don't know, maybe I'm just, being like conspiratorial, but I'm just thinking of things that have happened in the past. It just seemed like to me, the way he said that, it sounded like he was threatening us, like he was telling us that we better back them or something's going to happen here on American soil.
Well, he did say that, but the implication, I don't think the Israelis are going to carry out a false flag. Watch tomorrow, there's a false flag attack, and everyone can say Scott Ritter was wrong again. Okay, I don't care. But I don't think they will, because I've done forensic investigations. It's very hard to pull something off like this when you have people actually looking into it. I think what he's doing is telling the Americans, because remember, let's put it into perspective. Israel's losing. Benjamin Netanyahu is the prime minister of a nation that's losing a war right now. And every rational actor, when they look at the data, understands that, this is data that everybody's talking about. They're going to run out of ballistic missile interceptors and, in a week, in 3 weeks. They're going to run out of them. Well, the point I make is they haven't run out of them yet. And Israel's still getting the crap pounded out of it. So it doesn't matter about ballistic missile interceptors. The Iranians have already solved that problem. If they run out, that just means Iran has even more free reign to bring about the destruction. But, Iran is at the point right now where they're just every day picking off 3, 4, 5 high-value targets. Boom, gone. Tomorrow, they'll pick off 3 to 4, 5 more. And then they keep going. And Israel's a small country. There's only so many high-value targets that exist in Israel. And at some point in time, Iran will have destroyed them all. And so what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying is, if we go down, if we die, being Israel, you're next. Iran won't stop until they come for you. That's what I think he's trying to say is you have to help us fight, stop them now, or else they're coming after you. It's the old, we have to fight them over there, or else we have to fight them here way of thinking. But I don't think he has too much credibility amongst Americans anymore. I mean, he is, after all, an indicted, genocide committing maniac. And I think Americans have sort of lost the luster. I mean, the establishment, of course, remains in Israel's pocket. AIPAC, Miriam Adelson's $100 million bribe to Donald Trump to get Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State, things of that nature. But I think the American people are waking up that Israel is increasingly problematic. So I don't see a false flag taking place, and I don't see his words resonating with Americans right now. We need to wake up, though, and make sure that Donald Trump, and here's the important thing. I mean, I don't know how you feel about Tucker Carlson, and I don't know how you feel about, Steve Bannon and all these other, MAGA fanatics. But when MAGA starts turning on Trump, he's got a problem. And right now, Donald Trump has a huge political problem. This isn't about national security, because Iran doesn't pose a threat to us at all. Donald Trump owes Miriam Adelson something. He owes Israel something. So he's trying to deliver on that. But Donald Trump doesn't want his legacy tarnished. He wants to go down in history as the greatest president that ever lived, who did all these cool things. If he goes to war with Iran, he's going to lose his base. The people who voted for him, who said, we voted for a president who said he wanted peace, a president who said he wasn't going to get us involved in another Middle East war more. He will lose his MAGA base. That doesn't mean that, of course, he gets kicked out of the White House. But what it means is, first of all, midterm elections, he's going to lose Congress. I mean, how could he? The Democratic Party is in such disarray right now, just scattered to the winds. I mean, broke. Well, he's going to fix them. He's going to fix them real quick. Go to war with Iran and watch how quick the Democratic Party gets fixed, because people are going to say no to that nonsense. And, they'll take over Congress, and then they'll just hamstring this guy, and he'll spend his final days in the White House, tucked in a corner, tears running down his fat orange face. He doesn't want that. He's been told that his base, and this is the problem, his base has turned on him. And that's what Donald Trump, right now, he's not trying to get somebody to tell him, we can do this, we can do that militarily. He's trying to get people to come and say, the base will stick with you, Mr. President. He's trying to win back the base. 2 weeks isn't about, changing the military outcome in the Middle East. 2 weeks is about him going out to Tucker Carlson and going out to Steve Bannon and going out to all these other MAGA heads and saying, no, you have to support me. You have to back me up on this one. This is important. It's not what you think it is. So he has to make the case for war. And I don't think he's going to be able to make that case, but he's going to make an effort, I believe, which is why I don't think he's attacking in the next 2 days. But I will say something, and I'll put this. I think I've had this conversation with you before, and I said that the only way Fordo gets taken out is with a nuclear weapon. It's the only way that deep buried enrichment facility. Well, gosh, it seems the White House has recognized it, because now you have senior White House officials telling the press, if we're going to bomb Fordo, it's going to be with a tactical nuclear weapon. So I'm just telling you, we're going to nuclear war. I've said that all along. Everybody poo-pooed me. Everything I said about how the United States is going to approach Iran come true. All the criticism I had of Iran, you remember, I said Iran can't have 60% enriched uranium. because it makes them a threshold nuclear power, and the United States will use that to make the argument of an imminent threat. They just made it. Word for word, things I told you the last time I spoke and I told to other people, the General Kurilla on June 10th went before the United States Congress, word for word. It's almost as if he cut and pasted what I told you.
Yeah. I think Scott froze for just a second. We'll give him a second. We'll go to some of the super chats while we wait for Scott. Thank you, William. Hi, Sab.
What a impotent leader to be sitting.
I'm just showing what the U.S. is not reporting. Nobody's reporting. I seen an Australian new media report. Khomeini, a day or two ago, handed power over. He's no longer he's just a spiritual leader. He does not run Iran anymore. The IRGC runs Iran. The military council run Iran. The military, like Pakistan now, they run Iran. So the only way Iran is now under military rule. That's a fact. So now the only way and they don't want to tell us to America, because then America, if they don't want to tell us to the world, we'll be like, oh man, y'all crazy. They want to think, no, if we just kill the leader, then a new leader will come. The military is the leader. See, Khomeini, he ready to go. He handed over rule. He got every right to do that. It's like Pakistan, the military run the country. To show that, so I'll put that in context. When you hear him on the news, they're talking about assassinating Khomeini, and maybe that could stop the war. How the hell they gonna stop the war when that man do not run that man don't run that country no more? They still respect him. He a man of honor, but the military, they run it. You're not gonna kill all the military leaders. You kidding me? It's thousands of generals.
In the early morning hours today in Israel, another round of 23 Iranian missiles slammed into a number of Israeli targets and caused significant damage. This is continuing a pattern that we've seen since the beginning of this, when the Iranian side has begun using its long-range missiles to strike targets in Israel. Israel, for its part, continues to hammer targets in Iran. They continue to hit things in Tehran. They continue to hit some of the associated nuclear sites, but also IRGC sites and other regime-related sites as well. Both sides are hitting energy infrastructure between the other, and both sides are causing lots of damage. The question is, who is going to be able to outlast the other? Because this is so far like two big heavyweights just landing, body blow after body blow. I know in the West, the popular mentality, especially in the media, is that it's a David and Goliath situation, with Israel ironically being the Goliath in this story, that they have this power and they're just pummeling little Iran. I mean, how many times have we shown, even in the last few days, comments by a number of military people or so-called experts in the United States that said Iran is just this weak person, this weak side, that they're on their last legs, that they're not going to be able to sustain much longer. They can't endure underneath this Israeli bombardment, that even the regime could fall, that maybe the popular uprising could come up on top of that, etc. So, like, this is going to be over pretty quick. I think I showed you 2 or 3 days ago a headline in Israel that said they think they can have this wrapped up in a couple of weeks. So they're thinking pretty short term on this. One wonders, though, if they're thinking this short term, because they're like, we can't let this go too much longer than this. Because listen, Israel has, I think, bitten off more than it can chew, and it's in a real difficulty, a lot worse than is commonly understood in the West. And the reason why I use that analogy of two fighters is because Iran is also taking a beating. They are getting hit hard, so nobody's coming out of this easy. But the issue is that the conditions for succeeding are very different from the two sides. Iran can take a lot more hits. It just has to endure. It just has to survive. What the Israeli side has to accomplish attainable military objectives to win, or it comes off a strategic loser, even if it is able to put a lot of damage on the Iranian side. And I want to show something that was on CBS News earlier by Robert Pape from the University of Chicago, a well-known author and studied the Middle East a lot. And he was asked a very poignant question, which was not real popular among many in the United States, when he talked about how effective bombing could be.
I want to emphasize that it is probably too late for air power alone to do the job. And you're seeing that Israel already knows it can't do the job alone. But even with America, there's a big problem. And the big problem is the size of the nuclear stockpile of enriched material that Iran has. Even if America can destroy 90% of that enriched material, that would still leave enough for at least one nuclear bomb. And the idea that any air power, any airstrike can guarantee 100%, I don't think so. And I think Donald Trump knows that's not true either. And that's what's going on here.
So I think that that is could be, anyway, one of the reasons why Trump kind of out of nowhere, after having sent a True Social post 2 or 3 days ago of unconditional surrender, like he was going to give the Iranians the only option of either surrender or die, basically. Then all of a sudden did an about face, and instead of starting a bombing campaign by the United States, and as we've told you, there's been a profound amount of military capacity, both in the air and on the sea, being sent to the region. There are 3 aircraft carrier strike groups either there or on the way there. There is tons of air capacity, dozens of aerial refueling tankers that have gone there, huge numbers of C-17s, C-5 Globemasters, just stuffed full of all kinds of military capacity. Lots of things moving around on the air and on the sea, really on multiple sides of this issue here, all in range of Iran. So it looked like that Trump was ready to do something. All of a sudden, you saw while we were actually on the air, I guess it was yesterday, that Trump said, you know what, how's about a couple of weeks? Maybe we should just give diplomacy one more chance. Now, what we don't know right now, and we're going to continue to monitor this and watch the information very closely, watch for any clues, any movement of troops, etc. But it's unclear right now if Trump made this decision because he realizes, oh, snap, we can't just compel a military victory. Iran is too big of a power, and we don't have enough military force, especially offensive missiles, whether airstrikes or ground-to-ground missiles, to compel coercion from the Iranian side. So we better come up with something different. And he may also have been briefed that these GBU-57 big bunker busters, the penetration, the ones that can go 30,000 pound, ones that are allegedly can go down to about 200 feet, even that might not work, probably wouldn't work, according to Ted Postal we had on the show. Definitely go watch that video if you haven't, to find out exactly why we're talking about. But he may have concluded that all I'm going to end up doing by attempting to do something that probably will fail is to put a target on our backs, possibly our ships in Bahrain, our air bases in Qatar, certainly our bases in Iraq and in Syria and in Jordan and several other places, Saudi Arabia, etc. All would be putting all that at risk for something that probably wouldn't work. So, hey, how's about some diplomacy? I hope that's the case, as opposed to I just needed a little more time to build up more combat power, and has not yet come to the realization that the missile strikes are not going to result in the submission and the subjugation of Iran. Hopefully, it's not that one, because we'll be in a bit of a problem if that is. The other thing that everybody does need to know, and certainly the president, I hope he's tracking on this, is that Israel is having a lot more damage done to it than many in the West realize. There has been an active move inside of Israel to suppress images of the destruction and the damage done inside of Israel. Some's coming out, but a lot of it is there's actively being suppressed. And it's really taken a lot of people by surprise. There's just some of the scenes you're seeing right there. But there was, on the 16th, on June 16th, there was some reports that came out that there was a research facility that had been hit. And this is something that was a big problem here, because there was lots of research that Israel had done, and it was a major facility that got hit. Gary, if you could put that first full screen up there, that would be great. One of Israel's prestigious institutes suffers heavy damage in an Iranian attack. That is on the 16th. Then on the 19th, there was another report come out. It said Israel is left with no refining operating, surging fuel deficit after Iranian strikes. So Iran, just like we saw this, you may recall that big, massive video of the refinery inside Tehran that was struck. I think it was the second day of the war, just massive fire. That's going in both directions. So now Iran is also taking under fire the Israeli side, which puts all of their operations at risk. If you don't have enough fuel, you can't even keep your tanks going in Syria, where they have still some vehicles, possibly into Lebanon if they want to go into there, and definitely not in the Gaza Strip. And that's on top of course, all of the civilians that are just having regular vehicles. If you lose the ability to process and make enough fuel, you're going to be in a real fuel deficit, and then you're going to have to start deciding where you're going to run things and what you're going to operate and what you're not. It could potentially have to put a refinement under constraints where you can only buy so much gasoline, etc. Then on the on the 20th, that's today, there was today there was this another Iranian strike decimates an Israeli science institute. And listen, this is a direct retaliation. You see what Israel has hit in Iran. Iran is hitting in Israel. So Israel started off and they assassinated a lot of nuclear scientists and other scientists in the Iranian regime. And now the Iranians are hitting Israeli situation here. And you can see part of that picture right there where a big science institute was hit. And they were interviewing some of the scientists, and they were just devastated by this because of a lot of the research that had been lost, and permanently lost, because it was all the facilities were destroyed, the computers, the files, etc., setting them back. So Israel is hurting. And, it's just ironic that despite again, those are open source. You see, I mean, I'm pulling stuff from the 16th, the 19th, and today. This news is out there for anyone willing to just look. But instead, the narrative coming out of the so-called elite class in Washington just continues to operate on the narrative. You may recall some number of months ago, one of our guests really was talking about the Russia-Ukraine war, but put it so good. He said that the Western side was operating and making decisions based on a narrative, whereas the Russians were taking operations and making policies based on reality. And that disparity between the two was resulting in the Western side with Ukraine losing. That same thing is continuing to go on here. In light of what I just told you about how Israel is really taking some body blows from Iranian missiles, here's what Newt Gingrich says about this situation, how he views it.
When historians look back and say, did Donald Trump really make a difference? Think about this. The original Ayatollah Khomeini first started calling us the Great Satan in 1978. Iranian mobs began chanting death to America in 1979 when they seized illegally the American embassy. They have been taunting us, attacking us, harassing us all these years through all these presidents. And finally, they have collided with Donald J. Trump, and he's crossed the line. He and Netanyahu are partners, much like Reagan and Margaret Thatcher were partners. And the two of them are going to change history.
Yeah, see, because to him it's easy. We are going to go in there and we are going to pummel them and we're going to destroy their nuclear weapons making capacity. And we're going to reorient the entire Middle East. That's what we said in 2003, by the way, with that regime change operation to get Saddam Hussein out. Remember, we were going to completely reorient the Middle East, and it was going to be this new American Western friendly place. There wasn't going to be any more conflict because everybody was going to be in love with America, in love with democracy and all that kind of stuff. How'd that work out for you? We know for sure how that worked out. It was terrible. We took what was a bulwark against Iran, by the way, and then turned it into a now Iranian-friendly place. We got rid of after 13 years, and God only knows how many people were killed and how many tens of billions of dollars were squandered trying to bring that regime change to an end. Finally did succeed. Bashar al-Assad left, and who do we put in charge but somebody that used to be part of al-Nusra, used to be part of ISIS, etc. And oh, sure, he put on a suit and cleaned up his beard, but it's the same guy that was, by some accounts, actually committing physical atrocities and killing people, etc. There has definitely been a lot of pogroms already done as they've kind of tried to consolidate power, and they've killed a lot of their opponents. So that's already happening there. We don't know how that's going to work out here, but people generally don't change who they really are, whatever kind of clothes they wear. So we'll see how that's going to play out. But now then, aside from all of that, he's still talking the same thing here. We're going to reorient the Middle East, and we're going to win. Even though you see Israel has embarked on, what are we on, day 8, I think, of this? They're 19 months into the war against Hamas, and they still haven't won. And in fact, the number of Hamas fighters, according to Israel, is something close to what it was at the beginning, i.e., as we warned from the very beginning, that since this channel existed, that Israel had pursued a military course to try to obtain a political outcome of security for its people that will fail. And we showed you very tangibly why it would fail, and it's playing out exactly that way. Nothing brilliant on my part. I read. I just observe, and I see what happens. And I understand how human behavior works when you're trying to compel people to do things, etc. It's not hard. You got centuries of examples to go by. It's playing out like it always does. It's not hard to figure out. We just don't want to because that's not our narrative. So we're continuing to go down this path. Well, it's not just Newt Gingrich. If it was just one off, that's one thing. But now here's another retired 4-star general, Wes Clark, who wrote in the Wall Street Journal. He has this great idea to how we can have a negotiated settlement. We don't have to win this by war. Newt Gingrich was talking about that, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu were going to kind of go in there and be war heroes like Reagan and Thatcher and overturn everything, blah, blah, blah. Well, at least Wes Clark is saying, give diplomacy a chance with Iran. But what kind of diplomacy does he come up with? He writes that, quote, Mr. Trump, however, has the leverage to achieve a 2-track approach, a diplomatic solution that would defang the regime. Mr. Trump could require Iran to stop all nuclear efforts and give up uranium enrichment permanently, renounce its aims to destroy Israel and the U.S., and end its hegemonic aspirations and cease supporting terrorism. In return, the U.S. wouldn't destroy it. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? You call that a diplomacy? Look, that's what a parent says to a child, basically. Do what I say, or I'm going to ground you, or you're going to get a spanking, something like that. Because I'm the parent, you're the kid. I'll just tell you what. And for him to say that Trump, Gary, can you put that back up there again for a second? For him to say that Trump could require Iran to stop all its nuclear efforts and give up its enrichment. Dude, have you not been paying attention? Iran said that's their red line. They won't do that. We don't have the authority to compel them to do that. We cannot say the non-proliferation treaty, the nuclear treaty that governs most nations of the world, which we're signatories to, which Iran is a signatory to, they have the authorization to have low levels of nuclear reprocessing. So you can't tell them no, even though you say, yeah, but you could use it someday to develop a bomb. We don't want you to have that capacity even. Fair enough. That's your preference, but that's not the reality, because they do have the legal right to do so, and you can't compel them to not do that legally anyway. More than just technically, though, we don't have the capacity. We can't just compel and force them to do so, because that would mean flat out going to war against Iran. And I don't mean just having some airstrikes. I mean, you'd have to go to war with Iran, invade the country like you did with Iraq, and roll into Tehran, take over the country, impose whatever rules you want, insert whatever country government you want, assuming that you could kill enough Iranians, etc. Well, obviously, we don't have the military for that. We can't launch any kind of a ground incursion in Iran. That would be absurd. What is it? Iran, I think, is like 2 or 3 times bigger than Iraq was. And you know how big Iraq was. It was huge. I served there. I fought one war in Kuwait, actually, in the southern part of Iraq, and then I was deployed there once during Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2009. Did a lot of driving around in combat vehicles and patrols, whatever. I know how big that place is, and if Iran is substantially larger, and their military spread out a lot further, and it's a much more capable military force than Iraq had, than we had, you're not going to do it. So like Robert Pape said, it's too late. You're not going to bomb somebody into oblivion. You're certainly not going to launch a few airstrikes and the country's going to be military defeated when they have the capacity to strike back at you and hurt you bad. And just like the Iranians can strike back and hit the Israelis, they can also strike back and hit Americans. We have all these troops in there that are points of vulnerability, that are just pawns on a chessboard, because we cannot keep them safe. If we get into a fight with Iran and Iran strikes at these any of those bases you see on the air with Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, etc., Oman, all those different places, UAE, just ducks in a barrel. The same way that Ted Postal showed you, where scores of ballistic missiles went through the entire integrated air defense system of the Israeli side and hit their targets. The same thing would happen to us as well. And they could knock out our Navy. Who knows? They could sink some of our ships, or at least cause damage, hit our airfields in Qatar, our bases, the army bases in Iraq, etc. All of those things would be just as vulnerable. And we would have casualties for no gain to our country, because you're not going to go in to fight a war. It's just going to cause a bunch of casualties. That's what's going to happen if we go forward with this. Now, there are some others, though, that are kind of trying to come to grips with this. And I'm going to play something from Jack Keane earlier today on Fox News. And for a minute, it sounds like I was going, wait, am I agreeing with him on something? Are we agreeing on something? And then at the end, it goes in a weird place. But apparently the question asked was, is this a Libya model? And just for your frame of reference before we get in there, the Libya model is one of the things I've said that is very keenly on the aware of the Iranian side, which they will avoid at all costs, which is we convinced Libya to give up their nuclear weapon program. And then after they had done so, then we changed our mind and we went in there and helped foment a revolution inside the country by using Western air power to significantly weaken the structures of support that Gaddafi used to keep control of his population, to an extent then that the population rose up and overthrew him. So many people were saying, hey, let's do a deal like that to where we weaken with all these airstrikes.
No, the population did not rise up. Al-Qaeda and ISIS killed him and his followers.
Enough people in Iran so that the opposition can rise up and overthrow him, and we get our regime changed that way. Here's what Keane said about that.
The president is telling his confidants, I'm worried about being another Libya. Is he right to worry about that?
I think they're dramatically different countries. I mean, Iran is an educated class of people. They have a vibrant middle class and obviously a fairly wealthy upper class, despite all the economic challenges they've had under this particular regime. Libya was an impoverished country and not a widely educated country like this country is. I think there would always be a power struggle in this country.
The Libyans was one of the most educated population in Africa, one of the richest countries in Africa. You see how this dude just spewing all the lies? The Libyans wasn't educated. No, it wasn't. When Gaddafi took power, then it became the most educated in Africa. The poorest, yeah. Before Gaddafi came into power, then it became the richest. Come on, this is nonsense.
That would take place. Political groups would form, and don't know what those results would be. But I think the Iranian people would have an awful lot to say about it. And they haven't had anything to say about it the last 45 years.
So it's like, yeah, all right, well, Iran is not Libya, and it's unlikely that we'd be able to have that. But, we should still keep trying to go and militarily compel them to do so. So it's like he kind of lays out the rationale for not doing that, but then seems to go, but we should try anyway. It's unclear what he actually thinks is going to happen here. But fortunately, not all the news is bad. There are those who were saying, hey, we really need to do some negotiating here and actually use diplomacy. Now, one of the things that I've talked about in this 2-week period that I think I said at the outset here, that it could be Trump just waiting until military pieces are in place and he's going to try to do something anyway. Or it could be that he recognizes that military is not going to succeed, that the cost to the U.S. would be too high. He could get us sucked into an open-ended war that would have no obvious end state. And so he may be going to go to diplomacy. Well, that was helped out earlier today. And I'm going to give you that in just a second, because it was the IAEA chief who actually said, hey, I think there's a real shot at some diplomacy, and he's going to lay out the reasons why. But one thing I want to point out before we get there is to remind you of something that Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said under Senate testimony on the 25th of March.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
So, categorically, they don't have a program. We continue to assess that they have not given any instructions to do so. Now, she went on in that testimony to say that there are a lot of warning signs, that they are advancing their capabilities, that something needs to be paid attention to, all that kind of stuff. That was then directly contradicted by Benjamin Netanyahu in his launch of this current war that he's opened up with Iran by saying, well, we have different intelligence. We shared it with them and they didn't listen to it. But yeah, the Iranians were actually close. So now then we're going to go to the IAEA, who, and just so you understand, these are the folks that are on the ground in these facilities inside of Iran. Check out what he says.
The Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency tells me in an exclusive interview, Iran does have enough uranium for several nuclear bombs, and the regime is just a quick step away from enriching to weapons-grade uranium. However, he said he saw no plans for Iran to take that step. And he believes even at this stage, diplomacy is the path to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon.
I believe that there is a way to take this danger or this concern out of the table in a negotiated way with a very robust, as I said, I've been in conversations, very good conversations with Steve Witkoff and with the Iranians as well. I believe that there are ways in which we can make sure that Iran does not get a nuclear weapon.
So, Tulsi Gabbard on the 25th of March said there is no evidence of a weapons program, and we have no evidence that the Ayatollah has given it. You had it, I guess it was the 12th of June, you had Netanyahu saying, oh yeah, well, I said that they do. They do have it, and Tulsi was wrong. And then now here you have today, now on the 20th of June, you have the IAEA, I guess, saying, yeah, they do have this nuclear, this reprocessed stuff up to 60%, which everyone knows about. That's open source information. But he said still, they have not made a decision to go to a nuclear weapons program, and they haven't taken any action on that. So negotiations are capable and possible. What does that tell you about the in-between part there of Benjamin Netanyahu? He was making this self-serving things. And listen, we need to be crystal clear that this guy has been saying since I think it's 2011, maybe even before that. I can't recall how far back it goes, but a long way back. He's been telling people all the time that they're almost there, that Iran is weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Many times, I think it was like 2012. I know for sure again in 2016, he goes to the UN Security Council. the UN General Assembly speech in September of each year. Netanyahu's gone up and he has this chart of this weird bomb, which just doesn't look like a nuclear weapon. I never understood that, but he always showed you, up to the neck of the thing. They're just almost right there. They're just right on the cusp, and we can't. And it never happened. Tulsi Gabbard confirmed it hadn't happened. The IAEA Secretary General confirmed. It still hasn't happened. And in between, you keep having Netanyahu say, oh, yeah, it did. Go to war for me. Go fight on a war with me. Risk getting your people killed. Just trust me. No, you don't deserve any trust because you have lied to us for decades. And we're not going to send any of our troops. And I certainly hope the president is the leader of this group here, that we are not going to send Americans to die for a war that shouldn't be fought when a negotiation settlement is possible. Trump has been seeking this from the beginning, and he's been saying, hey, listen, we want to negotiate. The Iranians have said all during this process, even though it was Trump himself who pulled out of the last agreement that we had, the JCPOA, that he got out of in 2018. Even with that sabotage of trust, they're still willing to say, we'll have a negotiated settlement. We're willing to talk about that. So there is a negotiated settlement. It's not going to include everything that we want. We don't get the luxury of just telling Iran, like Wes Clark said, you can't have anything here, and the only thing we're going to give you is to not destroy you. I mean, that is so infantile. It's absurd. It's also not possible. We can't destroy Iran. I mean, we would destroy ourselves if we wanted to try. So hopefully that's the case. One other thing that we probably will not get, I see an equally impossibility to this. Actually, I'll just say that categorically, that many in the United States have wanted, and Trump has periodically said over time that not just the nuclear program, but the missile capacity, the long-range missiles, they have to get rid of that too. We're going to include that in a new deal. We're going to have something like that. So as I've said throughout this entire process, if you want to get something really big, you've got to give something really big. And just not killing you, yeah, that ain't it. That's not going to work. You're going to have to get into some give and take diplomacy. Understand that. Even at this stage, even with Iran willing to talk, there's going to be some limitations. One of the limitations that they said, this is this morning from their foreign minister, Arakchi, is this whole issue of the long-range missiles.
We have always had dialogue with the Europeans and have discussed various issues with them. Even now, if they have something to say, we are listening. We are not ashamed of defending the rights of the Iranian people, and we are not avoiding anyone. Our talks tomorrow will focus solely on the nuclear issue and, of course, regional matters. I must make it clear that we have no discussions with anyone regarding the missile issue. And if anyone had any doubts, by now it is clear to everyone that the Islamic Republic of Iran's missile capability is an exceptional defensive power for the country. Our missiles have never been intended for attacking anyone. They are for the defense of the nation. Right now, it is our missiles that are carrying out this defense and creating deterrence.
That's really important to understand where the mentality is on the Iranian side right now. They have been saying, and they have been communicating words and deeds really ever since the Israeli war against the Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and then the actions of the Houthis in the Red Sea, the actions of Hezbollah in Lebanon, etc. All the proxies that have been helping, trying to help anyway, the Palestinian people. That turned into two direct clashes between Israel and Iran in 2024. They very clearly said when Israel really appeared to be trying to go to Iran into an attack, when they destroyed the Iranian embassy by assassinating some people who were inside the building with a missile in Syria, violating every diplomatic norm that exists in the world today. Iran was very measured in its response. They wanted to avoid an all-out war. So they used their drone and missile fire to send a signal, but they did it in such a way that signaled, especially the one in April of last year, signaled ahead of time, we don't want this to go anywhere. We're sending a bunch of drones and stuff that are going to be slow flying, a bunch of cruise missiles that you can shoot down. Here they come. And it was like hours of advance notice. The U.S., France, I think, Jordan, several others, certainly the Israeli Air Force, all together shot down virtually all of them. I think one or two of them might have gotten through, but didn't cause any damage. Then in the second round, after Israel assassinated a Hamas leader inside this capital city of Tehran during the presidential inauguration, that launched the second, that precipitated the second one. Again, Israel is taking this incredibly provocative action militarily to try and, I think, goad Iran into a war. And again, Iran was very calculated in its response, but this time it went a little bit further by sending a different signal to Israel that said, hey, we're sending in a number of ballistic missiles. This time's the good one to show that your integrated air defense system, your Iron Dome, the Arrow system, the David Sling, the THAAD system, all that, it ain't going to stop this stuff. If we want to get through, we will. And we're going to show you right here. And they did. That message apparently didn't get through, or Israel just ignored it and said, well, we're still going to do another attack here. This time we're going to try to make sure the U.S. comes in. So this time they just went on a flat out global attack, and they just went on basically a preemptive war. And they had unprovoked attack Iran, claiming that they knew they were getting close to a bomb, which incidentally, even by itself, is not justification to attack another country. That's only if you're physically about to be attacked. That's the only time where you can get into an area where you can defend. A preventive war is if you're about to be attacked, and that wasn't the case. That's not even what Israel's claiming. As a matter of fact, Benjamin Netanyahu in his first speech said, well, they could have been a year away. That's so absurd. Even he can't lie too much, I guess. And he said, yeah, they could have been a year away, but that's not the point. No, that's absolutely the point. And so Israel launched this war. And now then Israel or Iran, they told you and they signaled in August or October of last year that if we get into a fight, we can penetrate your system. Now then they're demonstrating it on a daily basis. We don't know how many missiles Iran has. That's really the kind of issue here. And both sides have to really figure this out, because if Iran doesn't have that many long-range missiles, then you're going to see the number of these waves go down. You're probably at some point going to see the elevation of a lot of these drone strikes, and maybe even a combination of drone and missile strikes. We haven't seen that kind of a combination yet, like we did in 2024. So that tells me that they're reserving some capacity in the event, I think, that the United States gets involved with this, or if they get into an existential issue where they can ramp up the range of fire. So they have more to go here based on what they've shown so far. But Israel also has, according to the Wall Street Journal, according to the Washington Post, several other people have been admitting that they're running low. The New York Times, I think this morning, had another piece on that they're running low on interceptor missiles. Well, we know that you remember what is about 3 or 4 weeks ago, where Secretary Rubio told that in Senate testimony that Ukraine is asking for all kinds of interceptor missiles, more Patriots, etc. And he's said flatly, we don't have them. We don't have them to give, and we're not going to give it anymore. And now here's Israel demanding even more, and now at a higher rate. So we don't have them. We didn't have them then, and we don't have them now. So that means that if we continue on this, we're going to have to start getting into our war stocks. And we're going to have to, it will continue to erode our own capacity. That's if we just give them to Israel. But if we enter the war as well, now then we'll be giving them to Israel and using them for ourselves. And I'm telling you, folks, we don't have an endless supply of interceptor missiles, even in our war stocks. And you don't want to get to the place to where we get into an open-ended fight against Iran and then find out that they actually have quite a few missiles, more than what's been ascribed to them, or lots of these drones, etc. And they keep dragging this out and causing you to deplete your reserves more and more and more. That puts our entire national security at risk. Not just this. I'm just telling you so categorically, getting involved in a war against Iran is the worst thing we can do. Far worse than if we got than what we did in 2003, because we had plenty of capacity. The Iraqis didn't have much capacity, and there's not a whole lot they could have done at that point, because they had already been so badly weakened by the Persian Gulf War and then the 10 years of sanctions on top of this. So they were brittle, they were weak, they were poorly equipped. They didn't have a good ballistic missile inventory. And in fact, a lot of it because of what the Iranians saw. That's why they built this. And so now it's paying dividends for them because they're able to succeed. Don't get into this. The best thing the United States can do is to take this 2-week period here as a reprieve and not launch one airstrike, because it almost certainly would not succeed to take out their nuclear facilities. You see that the Russians have sent, and Putin declared that his Russian scientists will stay at the Bashir site. So that's one that's virtually off limits, because you attack that and you kill Russians, then you risk bringing Russia into the war, and they may do it. I think that's why Putin said that. It's taking a real risk, and we better not test that resolve there. But there is nothing to gain here. Likely, we would not even tactically succeed in knocking out their capacity, the Iranians' capacity to build a nuclear weapons program, maybe run to the bomb, maybe build, because they do have the fissile material. You heard the IAEA inspector said there, they do have it. We've known that. I think Tulsi admitted that too, or reported that rather. So everything in the world you can see screams, do not get into a war in Iran. Do not enter this fight here, because it's one that we don't have the capacity to wage and win. And all it's going to do is weaken our entire national security capacity. And virtually, well, I mean, Ukraine's already lost. So that's really, I guess you can't say it's going to condemn them, but it might precipitate an even faster decline, because now we won't have anything to give them at all. And so whenever whatever they've got on hand runs out, that's it. They're done. And the minute that Ukraine runs out of any kind of air defense capacity here, it's game on. Russia can literally fly jets over the country, which they haven't been able to do. They can launch drone waves at will and just destroy everything that they want to, which will precipitate the collapse of the Kiev, even faster. So there is so much to lose here, and I am begging you, I'm begging the president, take this opportunity that you've created by having this 2-week window here and go ahead and have some negotiated settlements here. But understand, everybody needs to be very clear on this. And I've seen there's so many people like what I was showing you there, Senator Tom Cotton, Lindsey Graham, even Jack Keane sitting there. You saw Newt Gingrich. They still have this fantasy that we can just give instructions and commands and orders to Iran. You guys need to figure this out. We are not going to get to a negotiated settlement to avoid a war if we don't give something. And this idea that we're going to get rid of their missile program and zero enrichment, that ain't happening. I'll just tell you, it's incredibly unlikely to happen. I guess everything is somehow possible, and who knows, maybe some other package of incentives or offers could be issued to Iran that might make them consider it. I don't see it. I don't think there's any chance that they would do it, because now then they know that if you have a nuclear weapon, you would have been attacked this way in the first place, and so they may end up doing it anyway. I hope not, but the best way we can do is to lower the tensions by lowering the reason so that they don't run to a bomb. They haven't so far since 2003. That better be accurate. Since 2003, when they signed this fatwa, it said no more weapons program, and they did mothball it. They do have the capacity. They had the technological know-how. Even as with all these scientists that have been assassinated, they still have a whole slew of others that can do it. So they can. Let's don't give them a reason to. Let's give them a reason to keep it where it's at and defend themselves and get back to a period of stability to where we can move forward. That's going to have to mean that we have to make some concessions in order to get a negotiated settlement that is still possible, that will impose a lot of restrictions and constraints on Iran, and will make it keep those IAEA inspectors on site so that they can continue to monitor this to give us confidence. We don't have to trust Iran. That's not even part of the equation. We have inspectors on the ground there. I think it's even possible, if we do it right, to where some of these inspectors can be American selected, or maybe even Americans themselves. That's very intrusive, but it's possible. We can do that. If we're wise, we can avoid this war and have a regime in place that will ensure that they don't go to a nuclear weapons program, which, even though it won't make Israel happy, it will keep Israel safe. Because Israel leaders are doing things that aren't keeping them safe right now. It's, in fact, I'll just tag this with as we leave. If it hadn't been for the actions of Benjamin Netanyahu in taking this course of action that had very little chance of success and now has virtually none, all these facilities I just told you about, their refueling facilities, their research facilities, all the things that have been hit, all because of Benjamin Netanyahu. None of them needed to happen, and all of them have. And all those, the video that Gary keeps showing you all this time, every single bit of that is because Netanyahu jumped the gun, would not allow diplomacy to keep him safe, thought he knew better, and now he has gummed it up for everybody. I hope President Trump does not double down on his error and go in further. So we're going to keep monitoring this for you. We have Patrick Henningsen coming up this afternoon. We're going to talk about, we're going to go into some different
something because I want to be first to do it. I don't do that. I rather provide you substantive information, so content that will benefit you in understanding the bigger picture. So I decided to wait till I came back here. So the question there are some key questions we ought to ask. And I'm gonna share them with you on the screen here. Then we'll tackle individually to a degree. But for example, will Iran prevail into all this? Let me just say it from the get-go. Here is the way I see it, that if the U.S. gets involved, this could be the nail on a coffin for the U.S. and Israel for that matter. Because now you're going to be seeing what Iran has been doing, which has been attacking and launching into inside Israel, which by the way, the media is controlling that narrative. And I'm going to share some clips with you that I was made aware of from Tel Aviv. And I have some people that I know live in Tel Aviv. So second question, will U.S. involvements in the war alter the region forever? Yeah, we're talking about Iraq war. I did mention back then that with the invasion of Iraq, it's going to change certain dynamics of geopolitical landscape. Now with Iran is a different ball game altogether. And the third question, is China-Russia-Iran alliance a tactical partnership or just a convenience sort of to undermine the U.S. or distract the U.S. from focusing on other areas like Central Asia or the Caucasus or the Pacific? Those are legitimate questions we ought to ask as we move forward into this. So now, when you look at this unprecedented escalation between now Israel and Iran, and it's going up, the escalation is moving up, with Iran launching over almost 400, according to some record that I read, in foreign language, not here in the US. They are filtering the information, Western media, that is the same concept in Israel. They put in a lid on a media not to release videos and so forth. So Iran launched about 400 missiles, as a matter of fact, and a few hundreds of drones at Israel in response to the latter's airstrike, which, by the way, it killed about 240 people in Iran, including women and children. So once again, I am not going to be talking about this at this point here. So suffice it to say that despite the reputation of the so-called Iron Dome, which is the Israel's air defense system, sort of A number of Iranian missiles have successfully penetrated these defenses. I am even this morning had to check on one particular aspect, and I am waiting for a confirmation whether hypersonic was used or not. And which called the Fatah or Fatah 1. That's Iran, which worked on it in 2022 and deployed it in 2023, enter into a service. So let me share a clip with you, because I want you to see with your own eyes here, guys. Then we'll just go from there. And I'm not gonna, I might do a translation for you. We'll see, because there are so many to cover here. So let me share the screen and we'll go. All right, here it is. Take a listen, please.
صور من تل أبيب وردتنا منذ قليل وتظهر بشكل واضح.
Basically saying pictures from Tel Aviv, which clearly show and demonstrate
أثار الدمار. نستمع.
The consequences of the destruction. Let's take a listen. All right, I'm going to stop right there. What it says right there in Arabic, حي في وسط إسرائيل يتعرض لدمار كبير بعد استهدافه بشكل مباشر بصاروخ إيراني. Basically, a block inside Israel, sort of it's been destroyed after being targeted or hit with the missile from Iran. That is what it says right there. So I think I have another one here. This has to do with the targeting of a hospital. Now, here is the question that I pose for you. Was the targeting of the hospital by Iran, meaning Iran launched a missile into a hospital, was that a mistake, or was the target intended to be something else? I couldn't confirm either or, because it strikes me weird that Iran will target a hospital. That just defies logic. In my judgment, I could be wrong, but I'll let you be the judge of that. Take a listen here. Now we are looking at the picture inside Soroka Hospital. And this is according to the Israeli media. The media saying that this building, which is the hospital, the reason it was targeted because that's the hospital where the injured soldiers, the Israeli soldiers in Gaza, that's where they are usually brought in. Oh, I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna. Once again, I just wanted to share this with you to highlight that there are targeted locations inside Israel. It's just the media is sort of putting a blackout on it. So that's just the way I found it here. So I have another one more clip on this aspect here. Then we'll move on into geography and history. Let me share a clip with you here. And this, I got it on my account on X. So take a listen here, guys. Okay. Now, and once again, this I want just to make a point for you that Tel Aviv, which is the heart of Israel, has been targeted by Iranian missiles. So now becomes the question of, and as you know, guys, I have written a book about Iran a few years ago. And interesting enough that I mentioned certain aspects as to what's taking place right now. And I am going to be sharing some excerpts with you to make my point. One thing that strikes me right now, and I will address this separately in another video. It's just I wanted to mention this to you as to whether the alliance, like I asked the question, between Iran, China, and Russia. So, because when you think about it, it is considered, in my opinion, given the current conditions, as the most significant geopolitical phenomena taking place today. Now, it will even be, can you just imagine? And here is a question for you, because we have to think, like we always do in our community, we think outside the box. In addition to these three countries, Russia, China, and Iran, would you consider, or can you think of the possibility of North Korea joining this alliance? So another question for you, and please just answer in the chat box, yes or no. In your opinion, will North Korea join this alliance? Yes or no? So, and I'm going to see some of your answers there, because Karakulak is saying yes. Irene, you say yes. Taiwan Steel, you say yes. Avengers, you say yes. Napster, you say not yet. Okay, that's fair answer, because what if North Korea is assessing and evaluating? Suffice it to say, Phil, you say no. Okay, that's possibility also. Suffice it, Paul Green, you say yes. Suffice it to say that the possibility is there, and this is why we have to think outside the box. And as I said earlier, I will do a separate, because this one deserves a conversation by itself, whether we are looking at a tactical alliance here or not. Because if it is, that will be a game changer. You know, Israel will be done. The U.S. Sort of dominance in the Middle East will be over. And the pathetic Arab leaders will be shifting to the east. That's the way I see it. Because you're looking at the promotions of this multipolar system in all dimensions, economically, politically, and militarily. So, and that is my point on this. And like I said earlier, to answer that question, it's because it makes more sense for both Russia and China, and even North Korea, if it gets involved, that you distract the United States in some other parts of the world. See, this way they stay away from the Pacific and from the Caucasus or Central Asia. That is so. Here is what I disclosed in my book regarding this aspect. While this development shaped the security architecture of the Middle East, Iran and Russia continued their partnership in the hope of developing military cooperation. Tense U.S.-Russia relations over the latter's annexation of Crimea paved the way for Iran and Russia to move rapidly into a more inclusive partnership. This stems from the following. A, Iran will likely to possess advanced missile systems beside the domestically produced ones to project strength in case Israel decides to attack its nuclear facilities. And B, Russia will prove to the West that it still could tilt the political balance by challenging the geopolitical equation in the Middle East. This is what I wrote back in 2018, and here we are, because that's exactly what Iran is doing. So let me do brief geography here, a little bit of history, and I'll go into one particular analysis that I want to share with you. So let me get to the picture for you to see the country of Iran. I know it's written in Arabic. You have on the right here Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. So those are just a map that I wanted to share with you. So Once again, as I said, when I wrote my book about Iran, I had to address the geography of it rather. So Iran, officially known as the Islamic Republic of Iran, it is located between the southwestern part of Asia and the Middle East or West Asia. To the north, Iran borders the Caspian Sea and Turkmenistan. To its northwest, it borders Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. On the west, it borders Iraq. And on its long southern border, Iran meets the Strait of Hormuz, which in turn meets the Gulf of Oman. On the east, Iran borders Afghanistan, and to the southeast, Pakistan. This geography makes Iran a strategic location that bridges different cultures, allowing it to play a vital role economically, politically, religiously, and culturally, which is true. Especially now, you have to pay attention to the Strait of Hormuz. You look at the Persian Gulf and you look at the Strait of Hormuz. And this is one possibility that Iran, should the United States get involved, they might shut it down. I am aware, even during my time in Washington, I was and I am still aware of what the ordinance that Iran has placed under those waters just for this case, in case. So now, there is another aspect that you need to understand when it comes down to the history of Iran. It's very, very complicated. Like I mentioned, I remember, not mentioned, but rather wrote in my book, in my Iran book, that I wrote back then that it will be a daunting, really a daunting task to cover the history of Iran, a 5,000-year history of the Persian Empire. So, and for me to do it in few pages, that just defies logic. So, because it won't be right. If I don't spend about 30 pages to address them, then that's not right for the reader. So, but anyway, suffice it to say, I had to explain at least and put in perspective and also some sort of illuminate the crucial elements that have shaped modern day Iran. So why? Because of the given events of many millennia ago. And I am going to be providing some to put it in perspective for you. It will not, as I said, do you justice if I focus sort of this conversation on only one specific period on another. So, because it was an extraordinary empire, to those who know a little bit about history. So, that said, the need to emphasize, and here is the thing, the early historical events of the Persian Empire. Remember, I didn't say of Iran, I said the Persian Empire. So, could not be greater. And the reason being because such a sort of understanding will help us and show that the events that took place of the Persian Empire that have shaped, influenced, and of course elucidated the political, social, and cultural plateau of Iran, on which so many agendas are campaigning right now. This is why it's very, very, very important to understand. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide you a link for a history that you guys can read up on it later on, because as I said, it will be a daunting task to cover everything about the history of Iran. But I will mention a few things here. Suffice it to say, I read an article which I posted for you guys. There was an article written by Shiva Balagi. Very interesting one. I read it, which is a brief history of Iran in the 20th century. So, suffice it to say, from the outset of the 20th century, Iran was embroiled in a bifurcated struggle. Because on one hand, you had Iranians struggle to maintain their national independence. Why am I saying all this to you guys? To make a point that when Mr. Trump said, we demand absolute surrender, I say, what are you, delusional? How stupid a statement like that. And that tells me personally, Mr. Trump has no clue about the history of the Persian Empire. There is no way the Iranians will surrender. Make my word on this. And time will prove me right. So, and this is one part of why this history, sort of this national independence, because it was in the face of the colonial pressures. And that's why Iran's geopolitical importance made it a central focus of the colonial powers. As you know, it was named the Great Game. And who were the two main players? Does anybody know, by the way, if you happen to know a little bit about this era, who were the two main great powers at that time? They were vying for influence in Iran. Can you please type it in the chat box? And once again, just to share knowledge here. Let me see. It takes a delay here for it to show. Two main powers. And you will understand why. Umayyads, yes, but you went too far out. Oh, Sam, where is Sam Karina? Right there. Sam, you got it. You got it. It was the Soviet Union and Britain. This is what's surprising to many. Because here is what happened. In August 1907. So this is when the two powers at that time decided to carve up Iran into spheres of influence. The way they did it is that the agreement sealed for the Soviet Union at that time, or Russian Empire, whatever you want to call it, the supremacy in the north, because remember, access to the waters. And for Britain, it was the supremacy in the south of Iran. And that is where that struggle even was taking place within Iran's border, especially between 1905 and 1911. So, and of course, it was one particular event when the price of sugar finally sparked the first public protest of that revolution. So, and it's a long history. And again, I am just providing a brief stuff here. I'm going to move quickly to the rise of the Pahlavi dynasty. So, how this came about? You're all familiar with the Shah Rida Pahlavi. So, World War I found Iran in difficult strait at that time. Why is this? It's because, one, its economy was shattered, and second, the country in itself, meaning Iran, that is, suffered from some sort of, what do we call it? It was like a vacuum, power vacuum. And once again, why is this important? This is one of the key words I need you to understand as to why Israel is attacking Iran. It is not about nuclear weapons. Yes, it's part of it. It's not about that. It's ensuring there is a power vacuum in the Middle East. So Israel will maintain the dominance. So is the US. Or so does the US, that is. And this is why in 1921, I'm going to take you back to that, Reza Khan led a group of soldiers into Tehran. And he demanded that the cabinet be dissolved. And this is where Qajar Shah, I have a picture of him here. I had to dig into the archives to get you guys this picture. Right there. This is Ahmed Shah Qajar. And look at who is on his right side. That's British. So what happened at that time? Qajar Shah appoints his commander of the military. Using the army as his primary instrument, Reza Khan sought to restore a sense of national unity within Iran's border. So, and that's why in 1923, that's when Qajar Shah named Reza Khan as a prime minister. So that's why. Fast forward, I'm going to take you to 1941. What happened in 1941, guys? Doesn't anybody type in chat box? What happened in 1941? Major event, of course. Let me see. Alistalokin, you might want to change that to 2. Good try. Alistalokin, you got it. World War II. Okay, 1941. Why is this important? It's because the Persian Gulf and Iran at that time vast oil reserves. Why? It became very crucial to the success of Britain. How do you think? I mean, think about it, guys. With Japan, for example, why did Japan lost? Japan lost because it did not have access to energy. This is why it was important at that time in 1941. So Iran declared itself neutral at that time, but Reza Shah, who has established strong cultural and technological ties with Germany at that time, was perceived as problematic by the Allies. You see what I'm getting at here, right? So with Iran under virtual occupation by Allied forces, he was forced to abdicate his throne because he was a monarchy. And who took over? It was none other than his youngest son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was only 21 years old. And he was crowned as the new king, and Reza Shah would die in exile. That's the father, died in exile in 1944. Now you all know what happened with the reign of Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, which, by the way, just to let you know, his son, Reza Pahlavi, his son lives in San Diego, California. The US government, including the agency, the three-letter agency, we're thinking in terms of how we could put him back in power. This is why it's important to understand the opposition to the current regime in Iran is very strong, especially with the group called Mujahideen-e-Khalq, is known as MEK. I had a chance to meet one of its members, coincidentally, in France when I was there last week. I was floored. So we talked. He was very decent man, kind, and I'm not to judge him, but it was very interesting because I told him, this is the first time for me to meet a member of the MEK. So that's why it's important to understand. Now, with the Shah, by the time he became the Shah, the leader of it, Allied forces occupied much of Iran at that time. And of course, at the end of World War II, Russia continued to occupy regions of northern Iran because that was the deal. So the young Shah, Ahmad Reza, the young Shah visited the United States. And that's when he met with US official while addressing the United Nations. And under pressure, the USSR withdrew from Iranian territory. So this is where, and all this was tied to the oil, of course, as you know, because of the Anglo-Persian oil company. And in 1951, the Shah appointed Mossadegh, Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh, as prime minister. Mossadegh followed through with his plan. And what was his plan? Does anybody know from history? What was one of the key policy Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh embarked on for the sake of his country? And we didn't like it. Does anybody? Okay, it has to do with Amanda, you got it. Amanda, you got it. Nationalizing, Amanda, you got it. Nationalizing of the oil, which means oil will become now an Iranian source. So Mossadegh followed through to nationalize the oil industry, and the National Iranian Oil Company was formed. And for many Iranians, Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh became a national leader because he didn't cave in to the Western powers like the pathetic Arab leaders in, look at them, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Egypt, Tunisia to a degree, even Morocco to a degree. So this is why it's important to understand. And of course, you all know what happened in 1952. Because 1952, what happened? Mossadegh was named the Time Magazine Man of the Year. And what happened right after that, 1953? What happened? Does anybody know? 1953, right 1 year after he was nominated as Man of the Year. Not the coup to a degree, but the revolution in 1979, that's later. 1953, we took him out. The US and England decided to take him out. So it was both the three-letter agency and the MI6. So, and that's by taking him out, he became a symbol of yet another moment in history in Iran. And that is the reason why I'm sharing all this with you guys, is to understand how the Iranian citizens, based on what Donald Trump said that he wants absolute surrender, it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. So they're not going to understand the history of Iran. So now, one thing that I need you to understand when we think about Iran, the word in itself, and I argued this in my Iran book. So for those who have purchased a copy, you can go to, let me see if I can get you the link if you are interested in learning more about the world. Maybe I do. Yeah, right there. It's right here, but I need to copy it. Hold on a second. I'm going to put it for you guys. So I'm going to put it in the chat box for those who wants to purchase a copy of the book. But anyway, what I disclosed in that one at that time is that for Iran, the idea of the word in itself, Iran, where did it came from? It derived from the word Aryan, A-R-Y-A-N. Because here's the thing, the Iranian-speaking population gradually moved into the region of none other than Zagros Mountains. I have a picture for you here to see. I know I didn't get into my analysis yet, but again, history is important, guys. You know, that's the Zagros Mountains, very, very, very important. So the largest group there was the Medes and the Persians. So Medes were some ethnic group there, and the Persians. So and the ability of Iran's residents of this era to use, they were able to use iron tools and irrigation system enabled them to use the land and farm more effectively. Now, here is one key historical fact. I'm going to ask you in the form of question. Who was the founder of the Persian Empire? For those who have read history, and again, this is just to share knowledge, no more, no less. Does anybody know who was the founder of the Persian Empire? It was a major figurehead, Prince of Persia. Sam. Oh my goodness, you got it. You got it, Sam. It was Cyrus the Great. I'm sorry, not this one, right there. Matt, Becky, good to see you. And you're right, Matt, it was Fernando, you got it. It was Cyrus the Great. Let me remove this. Here we go. It was Cyrus the Great that founded the Persian Empire. So Cyrus first conquered the Median Empire back in 550 BC, and then went on to conquer the Lydian and the Babylonians. So, and that's what, of course, under the rule of its sort of later kings, the empire will grow and govern in vast territories, including Mesopotamia, which include modern-day Iran, Syria, and Kuwait, in addition to Egypt, Israel, and Turkey. So, and its border eventually will stretch over 3,000 miles from east to west, making it the largest empire on earth at that time. So this is what I need you guys to just understand all this here, because it's very, very, very important. Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell. With him, familiar with his work. I even quote him in my book. His specialty is Middle Eastern studies and the history of Islam. So He's a professor of international affairs and Middle Eastern studies at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. So I agree with some aspects of his take. I disagree with some, and that's usually how it works in the world of academia. You don't have to agree 100%. You don't have to disagree 100%, as long as the argument makes more sense. So now, here is what I need you to understand now about this conflict, and I'm going to get into it based also on what Dr. Nasser wrote, and I agree on some aspects of it. So beside the nuclear aspects, there is a much bigger problem, and that bigger problem is for both United States and Israel. And here is the thing. What you need to understand about Iran's history, and again, as I disclose this in my book, the leadership in Iran tends to talk in symbols, in riddles, if I may use the term. I'm going to share with you a quote by Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. And if I read it to you, in a Western world, it doesn't make sense to us, but it carries a lot of meaning into it. Here is what he wrote, and I quote, "Iran is close to achieving its strategic goals. It has climbed the slopes and is close to reaching the top of the mountain. It must continue to climb with determination and not grow weary of the journey. The closer it gets to the top of the mountain, and the more America will try to block its path." End of quote. So, and this is why it's important to understand why Iran, the way Iran, its political structure, its political identity, so, and of course its history, its memories, its sort of even I use the term excessive apprehension of its neighbors. This is why the neighbors have never get along with Iran, because it was always that element of fear and suspicion. So, but also you have to understand Iran's deep pride in its history. So, and all this came to shape where Iran is today. So, and yet when you think about this metaphor that Ali Khamenei used, it's because it's exactly what is happening now. Iran's insistence on climbing the mountaintop and America's insistence on blocking Iran's path to the summit. That's exactly what is going on right now. The nuclear stuff is just part of it. We don't want to see a strong country in the Middle East or West Asia beside Israel. Israel's strength is not in its own. Israel's strength is because of the United States. So this is what's important to understand. And this is why when you think about the whole region, you look at right now, Iran's being attacked, right? Tell me if it was any Arab country who condemned this. Besides this morning, I just saw Qatar said something, but it was vague. It's because most of the Arab countries have submitted to the will of the United States and Israel in the region, except Iran and Yemen, especially with the Houthis. So, and this is where you think about the number of, if you think about the Arab countries and even some scientists in the West, so who have made it clear that Iran is on the threshold of a nuclear power. And it's only, as the author mentioned, Dr. Nasser Valley, and I quote, separated only by a political decision and the final technical steps, end of quote. You know, and it becomes to me clear, if Iran had the bomb, we won't be seeing this today. You know, it's common sense. Once again, I give the example of, what is the other country? It's of Pakistan or even North Korea. Think about it. Did we ever threaten North Korea now? We can't, because we know what they're going to do and we know what they have. They're not going to mess around. And that's what I'm saying. Hypothetically, if Iran would have had the bomb, we won't be having this conversation. But at the same time, Israel's concern is that if Iran developed this, that means Israel will have to disclose its acquisition or the presence of a nuclear weapon. As you know, Iran is going with the OPEC policy, not confirming or denying. So, and this is where this so-called the approach to the threshold of a nuclear is seems to some the reason for the current Israeli, American, and Iran conflict. I don't believe it is 100%. It is part. What I believe in is that what Israel and the United States wanted to do is to prevent Iran from reaching the summit that Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was talking about. That's exactly. Think about it. Khamenei's statements about the American obstacle to Iran's rise. Because remember, since the revolution of 1979, we imposed sanctions and Iran's still standing. We didn't like that because we have submitted all other countries, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Yemen, not Yemen, United Arab Emirates, and others in the region. Even Iraq right now. We're still influencing that government. They don't have the gut to really kick them out, like what Niger did in Africa by asking Americans to pack and leave. Because the idea of this new war that the US might embark on, as a matter of fact, Donald Trump is now hesitating. He said he will make a decision in 2 weeks. And I will be addressing this in a separate because it pertains to the tactical aspects. I don't want to overlap too much information here. So this is where the difference is. The idea that he was thinking about dropping the bomb this weekend. No, because it's not going to work. And that is why you have to think in terms of this war is as part of the long-standing partnership or strategy that exists between the United States and Israel. So, why? To prevent any Muslim country, particularly in that part of the world, from possessing qualitative power, or even, as the author puts it, and I couldn't agree more, building, and I quote, strategic immunity. Iran seems to have that now. It's showing what it can do. As a matter of fact, I feel confident saying that if the US gets involved, it could be the last nail on the coffin for the United States and in return for Israel as well. That is part of where this is about. So even the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, he said this when I quote, Israel seeks to strike Muslims one by one, end of quote. You know, I see the logic into that. Except that we saw what the Houthis have done to the Israelis. Do you hear anything about now Israel attacking Houthis? No, you don't, because Houthis took stand. But the pathetic other Arab leaders, like the Gulf monarch, whatever, all of them, they don't care, you know. And if they call themselves Muslims, why aren't they standing up in support of Iran? Because that's their religious duty. They're just using religion as justification. So you need to understand, and this is the whole reason why I'm doing this. You need to understand what this conflict means on the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that the US and Israel strategy, so that targets all those countries in that region. There might be other countries elsewhere, but for now, suffice it to focus on West Asia. Why? Because that's where Israel is. And the reason they target all those countries because Israel needs to maintain its influence. And that is why they're adopting one by one country by one, marginalization and fragmentation, which what the Dr. Nasser used. And I couldn't agree more because I see it, I saw it, I witnessed it. I was in Iraq. I saw what happened to the government. I was aware of Libya, even during the negotiations of dismantling its nuclear and biological program. A colleague of mine was involved in those talks. You know, we kind of saw how it happened. Because when you marginalize, you know, those countries one by one, what you're doing basically is an extension of colonialism. And that is the legacy that America has inherited from the Brits. And now, in turn, the Israelis wanted to inherit that from the Americans. See how it goes? In cycles. So when you prevent other countries in the region, we're talking now about Middle East, when you prevent other countries from being strategically independent, we did it to Iraq, we did it to Libya, we did it to Egypt, we did it to Syria recently, because we don't want them to be independent, to make, but we couldn't do it to Iran. That is where the difference is. That's what I need you guys to understand. And the way we do this also by, how do you do this? If you want to create chaos, you infiltrate the government, the structure of the ruling structure, that is. So, and this is exactly what we tried in Hong Kong. Remember demonstrations? This is what we are currently doing in Taiwan. This is what we're doing in Philippines. South Korea and Japan, we're doing it in a different manner. Australia in a different way. So, but for Syria and Iraq, it was clear. In Libya, it was clear. You know, the U.S. neutralized Gaddafi after it reached an agreement for him to dismantle the biological and nuclear program. So, and that in itself leaves the orbit of the American-Israeli influence in any direction it turns. All the other Arab countries in the region will have to bow. That's why I always use the term pathetic. Those Arab leaders are pathetic. So, because this way, this kind of influence, this kind of control, this kind of dominance by the American-Israeli strategy, devoid and prevent sort of those countries from having self-determination, free will, if I may use the term. And that's when you realize they are exposed. They can't make independent decisions. They have to be approved. It's like when we sell weapons. We only sell weapons to certain countries if they fight each other, but not to fight Israel. And by the way, we have the encryption key. We can shut it down if we want to. And that is why, if you want to mess around with a country's internal equation, just have ensure that they are subservient leaders, like what we're seeing right now in the Arab world. And I'll give you the quick example of currently Egypt. You know, when you think about when Egypt refused to allow Palestinians, and now you have the Israelis leaving Tel Aviv, because you saw what happened in Tel Aviv. This is picture from Tel Aviv. Here is the Israeli defense systems that couldn't handle what Iranians were sending. And you have now people fleeing, the Israelis that is fleeing. So where do they want to go? They want to go to the Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And Egypt most likely will let them. And I did a survey, and 82% of you guys said, no, Egypt should not allow it. And yet they didn't allow Palestinians in. But my point in this, that this is when you see that servitude. It's almost slavery of sort. You know, that's how powerful, that's how influential the American-Israeli strategy when it comes to the Arab leaders. So, and that's why you'll be left with no dignity whatsoever, except that US and Israel couldn't do it with Iran. Even the sense of religion becomes questionable. So, and this is what I need you to understand, because with this fragmentation of power, so now the state, whatever that might be, Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, you name it, in this case, they will be removed from that strategic decisions, because it doesn't matter now who governs. Look at the example of Syria. Look at the example of Libya. Look at the example of Iraq. This is what I need you to understand about the current conflict between Iran and US-Israel. It's because we couldn't have the loyalty of the Iranian government. That is the thing. You don't see the same in Syria. Look what we did in Syria. And that is my point. Because when you start to think about those countries, it is exactly what, what's his name? General Wesley Clark And I'm going to share a clip with you guys here. Bear with me here. All right. I remember did that before, but it doesn't matter. Take a listen here.
Right after 9/11, about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran." I said, "Is it classified?" He said, "Yes, sir." I said, "Well, don't show it to me."
That was interesting, Wesley Clark. So, but anyway, that makes a point, at least for you guys to understand why the conflict is taking a different dimension. And this one, by the way, didn't start on June 12th when Israel attacked. That starts way back with Hamas in October 7th. And start gradually moving because we started to see the resistance and the losing of the American influence in the region. And this is why when you think about this method of how you disintegrate a system, it's always perfect in the circumstances where there is a revolution. Think about what took place in Syria. In Syria, we will arm the rebels, but if we see them winning, we will stop. So, because that's what you do. You enter into the system through the cracks and fissures that results from this conflict. And this way, you have both warring parties killing each other, destroying each other completely. For one reason also, to prevent them from the ability to decide on the battle, on the outcome. Once again, we couldn't do this with Iran, and that is where that difference is. So when you consider, for example, what the U.S. now and Israel, especially the U.S., what the U.S. is about to do, it makes you just wonder. It makes you just wonder. And I don't know how fun, and I'm gonna do a video for you guys soon about this this particular aspect of the U.S. Involvement. So now,
Kofi, follow me.